Mr. Chair, we are live. You can start the meeting on your call.
Great, thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome everybody back to the second day of the budget discussion where we are reviewing the budget adjustment list. This is a continuation from yesterday's meeting. And as is usual, at the beginning of these virtual meetings, we're going to run through all of the councillors just to do an audio visual check. So starting with Councillor Dago Gammon from District 1. Good morning.
Good morning and happy Earth Day to everybody. If we save the Earth will save us.
It's a great line. Thank you. Councillor Hensby, District 2.
Well, good morning, everyone, and happy Earth Day. Unfortunately, with the COVID breakouts we've recently had in the Preston and Lawrencetown areas, we'll be canceling our Lake Echo Lions annual cleanup campaign this Saturday, but hopefully the things will surpass and we'll get back to it soon afterwards. But also to acknowledge that we're going to have more COVID testing available at the Lake Echo Fellowship Baptist Church. That's at 17 Peter Court in Mineville, just off at exit 18 Highway 107. They're open now from 9:30 until 5:30. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And so hopefully that people take advantage of this COVID testing. It's important that we keep an idea of tracking it and tracing it. So please get tested and also get vaccinated.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here and accounted for. I do want to have another shout out on Earth, celebrating Earth Day to all of the volunteers who are in our communities who are working so hard on litter cleanups and doing their part, including recycling and waste separation. Just put a little plug in for that, as long as they have the tools that they need. So thank you for everyone who's making such a difference in our communities on now and pretty much all throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purdy, District 4.
Good morning. I'm displaying our beautiful Bissett Lake Trail behind me, and there's a sunset right there for our lovely Earth Day. It's beautiful. We have to take care of it. And Councillor Hensby told me that we are having another COVID testing site in our district at St. Vincent de Paul Church from 9:30 to 5:30 today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And that's just on the corner of Flying Cloud and Forest Hills Parkway there. So happy to be here today and looking forward to another exciting day.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Austin, District 6, or District 5, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Handle District 6. Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to go today, being Earth Day. Our CO2 concentrations almost 420 parts per million as compared to 300 in 1950. So I will leave that as just an opening fact to digest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. And I too would like to wish everybody happy Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, District 7.
Hello, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Just while we're talking about COVID testing sites, on a late breaking note, there's a gas leak in Bears Lake, and that site had 1,000 tests scheduled today, and it's they're working to relocate it right now. And so everybody just keep an eye on your social media, and I'm sure the councillor for the area will be informed as soon as they find a new location this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, District 8.
Hello to your colleagues. Happy Earth Day. Happy to be here. And Councillor Mancini, stop putting plastic bags in my office. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I cannot confirm or deny that activity.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues, residents. Happy to be here. Just as a little plug, finished Promised Land a couple weeks ago. It's an awesome book. If anyone wants to borrow it, be happy to lend it out to them. And as a result, I'm channeling as much hope as I can for this meeting because yesterday I felt pretty awful. So onwards and upwards, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, District 10.
Good morning, everyone. I have the heart-shaped pond from Hemlock Ravine Park behind me. Beautiful park in District 10 with some of HRM's oldest hemlock trees. And I think trees are part of the solution on Earth Day. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle, District 11.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here to continue our budget discussions. And I too want to wish everyone a happy Earth Day. There is a cleanup this evening at 5 o'clock at Crystal Crescent, so come out and enjoy Earth Day and help keep our planet a little cleaner. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, District 12. Iona, you're muted.
All right, then that mistake I made wasn't heard. Good morning, colleagues and District 12 residents. There'll be another cleanup tomorrow, for Earth Day. Actually, it will be Saturday in Clayton Park West, and happy Earth Day to everyone.
Thank you and good morning. District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Good morning, colleagues. I also want to wish everyone a happy Earth Day and thank the 200 students from Madeline Simons who turned out to clean up the subdivisions in Hammonds Plains, Maplewood, Glen Arbor, White Hills. And I want to give a shout out to the volunteers from District 13 who have just been recognized for their work in the community. Eric Conme, Awika, James Mitchell, Cody Monk, Caitlin Slonwade, Alex Stapleton. Thank you so much for all that you do and congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, District 14.
Good morning, everybody, and coming to you live from Beaver Bank, and do something nice for your Earth today. Take her out to lunch.
There we go. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Outfit, District 16.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. Happy to be here. Looking forward to continuing on our budget discussions today. Also want to thank all the groups in District 16 who are working to clean up our community as well. It always makes me a little sad that it's necessary, but very happy that these folks really step up to do it. And hopefully we'll get to the stage down the road where litter isn't such a big issue for these groups. But anyway, always optimistic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Mayor Savage, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Russell and colleagues. I want to just offer best thoughts and a shout out to folks like Carrie Cousins who've worked so hard on the Women's World Hockey Championships that unfortunately had to be postponed, I hope, canceled, I hope not. Yesterday, we understand the reasoning on it, but folks like Carrie and her amazing team have now had this happen twice, and they just keep working for the city, and I want to wish them the very best, as well as our friends in Truro who also would have hosted, Mayor Bill Mills and his team. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We are continuing this morning with the discussion on Route 55, the route in Councillor Daigle-Gimmons and Councillor Mancini's area. So my list of speakers is for this motion, Councillor Cleary, Councillor Daigle-Gimmons. So go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just address a couple things. I'm looking for Mr. Reed, make sure he's on here. I just have a question for Dave quickly. So if the Route 55 stays as it is for now, are there going to be any implications for service for that route? Like, you know, will it have the same number of buses, the same number of runs, the same hours of service? Like, if we continue, are you foreseeing it to continue as is, or do you have to make some adjustments to any of those services? Because, you know, I know your resources aren't unlimited unless we just pile on more into transit. So, you know, are there any implications for that to making, you know, you alter from your current plan?
Good morning, Dave Reedy, Executive Director, Halifax Transit, through the chair to committee. So with the motion that's on the floor right now, there is about $50,000 additional operating funding needed because the motion is to basically leave the route going all the way out to the Portobello turning loop as it does now, but also add the extension on to serve the Alderney Ferry Terminal, which is an increase in distance and therefore time and money. So there's the $50,000 operating cost, and then the other piece of it, which is mentioned in point 2 of the motion, is there's a hard restriction in terms of the number of buses available at rush hour. And so basically that is a constrained resource. So in order to add the additional time to the route, something else has to give, and in this case, it would be that the rush hour frequency of the route would end up having to be reduced somewhat in order to make sure that the additional distance and time can fit within the bus resources that we do have available.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm assuming things can't just be status quo with that small amount of money given all the other changes we're making. So colleagues, a couple of things. So think about this. If you think about our regular 40-foot buses and the larger articulated buses, for the smaller ones, just looking at given Earth Day, so I did some calculations, you need roughly, say, 6 compact cars to come off the road for one bus in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions and particulate matter that they'll put into the atmosphere. And so given the low ridership on this route and needing at least an average of 6 people per run, and in some of these areas, there's 12 daily boardings for the entire day on all the runs, it's a pretty bad message to send to say, you know what, we're going to continue running empty buses and with a reduced service during rush hour, probably even fewer people taking the bus, and therefore more greenhouse gas emissions going into the atmosphere because more people will be driving a car rather than be on a bus. The other thing, and I'm going to make it quite clear, I said yesterday that I've got changes coming up in November to the route number 5, which goes into the Springvale neighborhood, turns around, and then goes all the way downtown. And as of November, it will terminate at Mumford Terminal, and people will have to transfer to get downtown. If this Route 55 change goes ahead and other councillors pile on and put more of their changes on, I'm going to be bringing forward, so I'm going to put it up to you, Mr. Rigi, get some numbers ready. I'm going to be putting a no service change to the number 5 for November in the budget. And I hope all my colleagues who are looking to save their buses support mine as well, because I just, if we're not going to respect the moving forward together plan, then I'm piling in, and I'll be looking for a change or no change to the route number 5 come November. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I had some comments that are just even more strengthened now. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. So I will be supporting Councillor Daigle-Gavin. I want to remind us of conversations we had yesterday. I want to remind our council of some of the conversations we've had over the past few months that we as new councillors have been part of the team. And I want to remind some of you, and Councillor Hensby will be fully aware of the ongoing, it just seems like a battle for councillors in some of the more rural areas and the outlying areas to have their voices heard around services within communities, connecting and hearing the voices of their representatives. In this particular case, Councillor Daigle-Gavin, I feel strongly, is doing her best to hear her constituents. It was reflected yesterday by Councillor Mancini around the complications that he's aware of, and he's a councillor who is returning to this venue as being reelected, and he knows of the concerns related to the voices of these constituents. Councillor Cuddle mentioned yesterday as well around a new council. We have great respect for I know everyone around this table has great respect for the work that has been done in the past. Quite frankly, I wasn't sure if I was going to use the word shaming, but now I do feel like we are. That those comments that came around whether or not we respect the moving forward together plan, almost you know, if you're not going to play fair, I'm not going to play fair kind of scenario that just happened. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone in council, in particular Councillor Cleary, but I just feel like, wow, what a way to present that. There's assumptions going on as well around what I might have to say about my district and some of the concerns that are being raised. I'm not a fan of that kind of approach. I think it's unfair. We as new councillors have every right to bring forward concerns and issues that are raised here for our district. We are responsible, we are respectful of all the work that has been done, but we also have an obligation by way of election, by way of tending to the residents that live in our area. If Councillor Daigle-Gammon has demonstrated her due diligence on working with staff and looking at the recommendations that staff are bringing forward, then I'm open to hearing about it. What I'm not open to is kind of little, I don't know, threatening moments that are just like, if you're going to do this, then I'm coming forward too. I felt this yesterday in some of the comments that came forward around not respecting the work and the plans that are in place. We are not the same councillors that were at the table. We, in particular, for Councillor Daigle-Gammon's area, it's clear that those councillors may or may not have put forward the needs and of the areas that are being spoken here on Route 55. What I know as well is that the outlying areas consistently have to be championed for in a different way than what is now currently at play in transit. Dave Riggy, you know, you've heard me before saying this. We've heard Councillor Hensby saying it. Now we have councillors in the outlying areas who are doing their very best for us to find a solution to transit and connecting communities. I have some which I'm going to speak to in a few minutes, but I will be supporting Councillor Daigle-Gammon for if for no other reason, but to show strength to a councillor who's new to the team. And I believe that they, you know, I know that transit has a big job. I know they have a huge responsibility and they're doing a great job with a large plan. But we also know there are still gaps and it's our job to bring it forward. So for now, I'm going to leave it there. Know that I will be coming forward, and I hope that the other councillors from the outlying areas will as well, to council, just as it was suggested yesterday, to fill in some of these gaps, find the way to support communities that need it in the rural and some of the suburban areas. And in my particular area, and again, I'll speak to it in a few minutes, but I'm happy to support Councillor Daigle-Gammon on principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Mr. Chair, is this to close?
You were to close? Absolutely. Yes. Okay.
No,
Go
well,
ahead.
if it's not, I did have a question that was unanswered previously around what process was used to determine the safety issue. And I was wondering if that could be answered, please.
Yep. Go ahead.
So through the chair to committee, so when we look at Craigburn, I can appreciate that, you know, change can be difficult for residents, long-term residents.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. Would the question, would you be able to repeat the question because it's a new date?
And my apologies to my colleagues if we jumped the queue on it. It was that on page 28 of the briefing note, Halifax Transit concluded that there are no inherent safety risks associated with traveling on Craigburn Drive. And it was a question that was asked by Mr. Colburn. And I was wondering if that could be answered, please. How was it determined what process was used?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So fundamentally, when we look at Craigburn Drive, it's really, it's built to a standard. It's a standard road. There's really nothing in terms of physical characteristics or land uses or playgrounds that makes it any different than roads that we travel on throughout the municipality. So they're really. In terms of process,
it sounds like Dave Riggy is having issues for me. Is that the case for others as well?
Yeah, turn your video off, Dave. We're losing you.
Turn the video off, yeah.
Lots of issues from Dave.
Dave seems frozen right now. Patricia Hughes, are you with us?
The width of the road, the curves.
Dave, I'm going to interrupt again. You were having video issues. We heard you, well, we saw you frozen and your your audio cut out for a while. Would you mind turning off your video and responding again? I hate to ask you to do that, but we weren't able to hear you for a while.
Sure, no problem. Can you hear me now, Chair?
We can, yes.
Okay, fingers crossed. So when we look at Craigburn Drive, in terms of physical characteristics, in terms of the width of the road, the curves on the road, there's really nothing about Craigburn Drive that's different from any other local street that we operate on in the municipality. That's kind of the starting place. The fact that it has single unit housing, the fact that it has playgrounds, again, that's not any different than streets that we operate on throughout the municipality. So, that's the starting point. And then whenever we look at operating service on a new street, we do take buses out, we do test it. We'll do multiple tests and make sure that there's no maneuvering issues or no safety issues like that. That was completed, no issues were noted. In terms of stop locations, we work very closely with our colleagues in TPW to do the proper analysis in terms of any safety issues related to stops, making sure they're in safe locations, making sure that the stopping distances are safe and various things like that. So, when we look at Craigburn, yeah, we can confidently say that there's no safety issues that would be generated by having a bus on a local street. Sometimes we hear about buses speeding, and what I can say is that typically on a local street, the bus will be the slowest thing that actually operates on the street on a regular basis. And the only thing I'd mention is that, again, need to consider we're not looking at having a bus running up and down the street every 5 minutes. It is hourly outside of rush hour and half hourly or perhaps less depending what happens today during rush hour. So it is a low volume as well. So all that would be where that statement was concluded from.
May I ask as a follow-up question just to that, around what time of day would the bus trial have been done?
I'm not sure offhand, Chair, through the chair. Typically during the day, I think, but again, it's if it really comes down to the fact that there were no conditions on Craigburn Drive identified that made it any different from local streets that we operate on anywhere else.
Okay. So am I to understand then that no formal assessment, but applied the current metrics that you would to any other street? If you were looking at it as a new street?
No, I mean, there is a formal assessment done by our training instructors that do take buses out and do drive down the road, and they will they conduct an assessment as professionals in terms of the safety, and then again there are other formal assessments that happen in terms of the actual bus stop locations.
Would the results of those assessments ever be shared with the public so that they would then have a comfort level about what was looked at, how it was arrived at? Would that ever be shared, or could it be shared?
I think I have to take that away to see if that is under FOIPOP, whether that's something that would be routinely shared or would have to go through a FOIPOP request.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm hearing a lot of frustration from some of the new councillors about the speed with which they're able to impact or affect change, right? You've been elected and you want to see things happen, and I get that. When I got elected, it was all about trying to get the 7 principles of the HRM Alliance embedded into the regional plan. And that took 2.5 years. And that became the foundation for the Moving Forward Together plan that you see in front of you. And that is causing the contention today, which the process of reviewing Metro Transit as it was then started in 2013. And the Moving Forward Together plan engagement really started in 2015. That process, the Make Transit Better website that had 11,607 surveys filled up, the 20 engagements with 2,480 people, the 4 meetings with 37 groups or agencies in stakeholder sessions, the 10-week consultation period online with 2,190 visitors, the Twitter town hall, the written submissions with over 1,000 emails, and the 2 public opinion surveys conducted by CRA saying that 65% of people in Halifax were aware of the changes and 73% support them. That's all in the staff report from 2017 or 2016 when we passed it. That's in the April staff report. I'll post that in the chat in a minute, the link. So we've all had struggles with this. We've all had stops closed in every district that had service. We've all had routes changed. We've all had realignments. And while I don't agree with Sean's approach, I won't be bringing back the number 9 on the waterfront or bringing back the putting the number 10 back on Inglis or Beaufort. But we've all had to face our residents and say, no, the service is changing. And so I guess what I would say is it's all about having plans rather than getting down into this local, kind of decision, making a decision based on who's making the most noise, to be blunt. The Moving Forward Together and our plan with transit is built on extensive consultation around the regional plan, one of the biggest ones we've ever done. The transit engagement was one of the biggest ones that we've ever done. The work, 2 of the phrases that come to mind right now are work your plan and plan your work. That's what we've been trying to do. The other one is failing to plan is planning to fail. If we want to see big changes in transit use and have the modal shift, that is the goal, is to get people out of their cars and into buses, into bikes. And so we've been focusing on most bang for your buck. That's explicit. That's the plan, right? And so if you want change as new councillors, I respect that. But the way to do that is to do it through the strategic plans and do it so it's lasting, meaningful change, rather than having these street to street fights like we used to see in the early days of amalgamation. That's not going to advance us as a region. You got to take the time to do it that way so that you can then look at your residents, like I said, and I said it deliberately early in the budget discussion. None of that traffic calming I just voted for is going to my district, but I'm okay with that because the philosophical and strategic foundations that enable that funding and put that plan in place make sense to me. And I think it's going where it's most needed. And I can say to the residents of Shirley Street, who are going to be furious that they're not getting speed bumps, I still think it's the right decision. So, I ask you to resist change at this level. Let's get together. Let's work on doing. If you think that we need a strategic redirection, let's talk about that. But we really got to focus on the region, not on a street to street fight like this. It's not going to advance the municipality. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's really 2 issues here, because I feel badly for some of our new councillors who are inherited things that perhaps they don't understand, the residents don't understand, and perhaps in the case of Route 55, the area didn't have quite the strong advocacy that it might have had for the reasons we talked about yesterday, not being personal, just because of the location of where it is. This is a plan and a budget, though, from transit. And I think Dave maybe could remind us how this is a little different than some other things, in the sense that in addition to a budget, this is a service plan that we've gone through as well. And I do believe we have a good plan, and I do believe we need to have good plans. But, as Porter said years ago, Michael Porter, management and decisions, and, you make the best decision you can based on information at the time, and then you have to be nimble if you find out you made a mistake. And I bastardized that terribly. But these are the things that we have to do. I mean, at the time when we brought in the Red Book, we thought it was the greatest thing ever, and now in that plan, we've been following that plan for years, and now we know it's not keeping with today's standards and today's objectives. So, I guess I am sympathetic to both arguments on this. That we have a plan, we need to give the plan a chance, but also we have folks that have uncovered concerns from themselves and also from the public. So, I guess my question is going to be, if during this budget is not the time to have these get down in the weeds discussions, I do think that these councillors need to have a time at some point. So maybe I can ask Jacques or Dave or John, or what is the better approach for this? Do they bring this forward to regional council that we talked about it, like we talked about yesterday, and we get down and have these discussions and we understand what went into this and we understand the feedback from the people? I believe that no plan is so perfect or so carved in stone that it isn't it's in, can't entertain some new information or a reminder, or even once in a while admit you've made a mistake. So if we don't want our colleagues to get into this today, when is the best way? Do they bring this to the Transportation Standing Committee? Do they bring it to Regional Council for a report? What do we do? Because I don't want to gag this discussion, but I am sympathetic to the fact that maybe today isn't the best time.
So I'll do a sound check first, Mr. Chair. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So through the chair to committee, I think I can provide a bit of information on the hierarchy of plans, I guess, and how this all kind of comes together. So, at the top of the chain is the regional plan, of course. Certain policies come out of that, which then influence the next level of planning, which in this case is the Moving Forward Together plan, which is was the plan to basically tear down the transit route network to the studs, if I was to use a housing analogy, and then rebuild it back up from the ground up. So that's where we are. And this upcoming year really is the last kind of, I'd say, big year of significant change coming under the Moving Forward Together plan. There is more to come next year, though that's largely some smaller things and some cleanup in a few areas, and then the plan, the Moving Forward Together plan will essentially be complete. The annual service plan is then the next level of it's really the operationalization of council's direction through the Moving Forward Together plan. So that's why we're here today as part of budget to say, with budget approval, this is exactly what we're going to go do, and we're going to go do it in November. And that's what we're here looking for council's direction today. So, certainly when we prepare the annual service plan, it is based on what was approved by council previously in the Moving Forward Together plan. So that's where we come from with this. In terms of the next steps, I mean, it's, you never stop planning for the future in transit. So, I mean, once we get through the rest of the Moving Forward Together plan implementation, pretty much right away, we start into work on what's next. And we start, looking at what's working under the Moving Forward Together plan, what's not working, where have been new growth areas in the city that we need to further attend to, talking to stakeholders, talking to councillors, all that. So that is really what follows up the Moving Forward Together plan, is you really start into your next 5-year plan, and it becomes a rolling cycle of planning and implementing. So I hope that helps a bit. That's kind of how how we see the planning process rolling out.
Okay, thank you. Jacques Dubé, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to councillors. So David is absolutely right on in this commentary. The only thing I would add is that the way forward today, to Councillor Outhit's question. So, I think given what Dave has just said, my advice would be to, seek a staff report to come back to through TSC, then obviously to council with a recommendation on an amendment to the service plan. And whether or not we can make an amendment, have all that work done this year and bring it forward for implementation in November is unknown to me right now. But I think a staff report looking at that some of these ideas around route changes would be required, because it does, it's not consistent. What's being proposed is inconsistent with council's direction to date, right, on that strategy. I think everybody on council that I've seen is are very focused on supporting strategies and action plans around those strategies, right? Strategic plans, etc. So I think we need to, if there's a desire to change the strategic direction, then we need to have a staff report on that, bring that back. I can't guarantee the timing of it, but that would be the advice that I would offer up at this point, as opposed to, surgically going in now and changing the strategy, taking actions that are inconsistent with your prior direction. If the moving forward together plan needs to be changed, that should be changed, and then a service plan adjusted to go in accordance with that.
Hi, thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Dave. As I said, I'm very sympathetic to both the plan and to our new colleagues, but I think you both provided some good guidance that I hope is helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure whether I would speak again today. I feel yesterday I was a little blunter than I meant to be in my last 30 seconds there about take your lumps. Trying to get things in before being cut off by you, Mr. Chair.
I'm
This
always
is a hard
glad to
job.
help.
You focus the mind. This is a hard job we all have. Politics it's not an easy business. And what makes it challenging is it's hard to be all things to everybody. And so, every one of us, we all have a choice to make as we approach this job, right? Am I a representative of my constituents' wishes, right or wrong? Or am I a representative that thinks about the decisions and then, you take that back? Are you elected just to reflect the feedback, or are you elected to think? And I'm painting it starkly. The reality is it's more of a continuum than it is an A or B. But that is the challenge. And so when I think about my role here and my own constituents, what I look for is, what are they saying? Not necessarily, well, I'm going to just do what you're asking me to do. What is it you're saying? What is the argument? And so with this challenge that Councillor Deagle Gammon has, what I heard yesterday in terms of the resistance is it's about not wanting a bus on Craigburn. This is not the same as Sambro Loop or Beaverbank, where you had people very upset about losing service in their area. And I'm more sympathetic to that. And, we did do as council pilot programs in 2 other instances to look at, well, would this change ridership? So I'm more sympathetic to that argument, but that's not what we're talking about. This is, I don't want a bus on this street, the same sort of street that carries buses throughout this municipality. And so when I look at, well, what is the argument that we're being presented with? What we're being asked to do is run empty buses at more money to the taxpayer with less service that will generate less ridership because of reasons that don't actually have a whole lot of logic or merit behind them. And so with that in mind, I really urge, we just can't be all things to everybody. And so I think there's a rational plan here, and the feedback that I've seen is not feedback that I think we can support. And if we start to pick and pull at all the various threads of our transit system, it ends up in a pretty bad space, in my opinion, because then we're not making decisions anymore with any sort of organized plan. We are really just cherry picking out the parts that we want, while trying to avoid the sacrifices that are also at times required. So I would urge council to support the plan rather than modifying things on the fly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lovelace has not spoken to this yet, so go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't spoken about this because I've been sitting on a fence, thinking about, what Councillor Kent has said, Councillor Cuddle, and certainly Councillor Deagle Gammon, and the concerns that we have as rural representatives to meet the needs of our residents, and not having been engaged in, the development of the process as, elected officials. And so what we've done is we've entered into the plan, and it is a very strategic plan, partway through the process. And with that, of course, comes, this new understanding and need to represent our constituents. That being said, I do feel that and I think the CAO and Councillor Austin just pointed this out quite clearly. I do think that evidence-informed decision-making is extremely important. We are here to, of course, listen to residents' concerns, but at the same time manage, responsibly our, fiscal situation. Empty buses is a concern. And obviously, when we do make decisions that are evidence-informed, that doesn't necessarily appease residents, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome is the desired outcome for all. However, making those informed decisions ensure that we are sticking to our mandate and being fiscally responsible. So while I want very much to support this initiative, I truly believe that it is in our best interest as a council to stick with the process, which is to have a staff report, and thereby moving forward in a fiscally responsible manner, and having an evidence-based, an evidence-informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been biting my tongue on a few comments and stuff. I'm not going to throw any councillor under the bus in this particular situation. I believe Councillor Daigle Gammon is doing the proper thing, hopefully hearing the constituents' concerns. As I stated yesterday, I think a park and ride terminal at that intersection of Waverly Road and Montague Mines Road is the perfect solution. And having it extend down to the ferry terminal, a great connection. Let's get her done. In regards to transit, yes, Councillor Clary, I've been a transit planner since 1993 when the Beaver Bank Porters Lake Transit Service, not Metro Transit, was providing transit through East Preston Porters Lake since that beginning. I set the schedules, I set the time, I set the route and the tax rate as the local council at the time, until Metro Transit took it over, I think 1999, 2000 it might have been. And ever since that time, we've been trying to tweak it and make it better. Trying to get other transit improvements to the community. Well, Lawrencetown was promised to have a transit survey done in 2005, and that got killed a year later because of the regional plan. They didn't want to expand their services beyond the territory where they currently have. And we also have the infamous Contra report in regards to rural express services on the 100 series highways. We only scratched the surface on implementing that plan. Where was those promises the regional plan was supposed to bring? All got put on hold and kiboshed because they only went half measures. The rural areas are speaking out because they don't want our cars coming downtown and parking and clogging up your streets. So build us the park and rides and give us the express services to have that alternative transit option. I've been begging for that for years. And time after time after time, I've been going through executive directors of transit, and it seems like I'm just banging my head against the wall. Trying to do the same thing with council. You're not listening to the rural areas. We pay that regional transportation tax rate like everybody else, and we don't get the services, not even a scratch of the surface. Oh, you got to drive into town to take advantage of the park and ride. You got to drive into town to take advantage of the ferry service. But here we are just trying to get a couple service adjustments to better serve our communities. And what does it take? Well, let's go and stick to the plan. Well, the plan is not always perfect. And sometimes the local council has more insight than the planners do. So sometimes you have to have that local knowledge, that local input, and some local influence to get things done. I beg and plead that we should be listening to Councillor Daigle Gammon on this one. Please make adjustments to this Road 55. And yes, let's make some other adjustments to other services. Let's bring on that exit 107, exit 18 park and ride terminal for the 370 service. Let's bring that on. Let's bring on the Lawrencetown loop service with Musco Rider. We'll show you that it works. Just give us an opportunity to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whew. Yeah, so, gosh, a lot has been said here, and Councillor Austin, what you said about, are we here just to reflect what our constituents say, or are we here to think? And, I think it's actually a good combination of both. We're definitely here to think and to listen. And I hope my fellow councillors listen to carefully about what we're saying and asking for, rather than automatically judging or assuming that we are not thinking and that the concerns we're bringing forward have no legitimacy. I think the biggest issue here is that we do not know what the right time is to bring up the issues that we see. And it seems like every time we do, we're told, no, this isn't the place, this isn't the place, this isn't the place. So I think some clarity around process, and I'm glad Mr. Regi gave us a little bit of clarity around the process here today. But I think we need more. We need a clear plan about how do we make adjustments. And, when I talk about the 415 and the issue there, I'm not looking to, reinvent the wheel here. Staff actually made a change to the schedule with no consultation of those who use the service. They've changed the schedule to accommodate school children in a way that doesn't even work for school children. With the school bell at 2:50, takes about 6 minutes to walk to the bus. The bus is there at 2:55. These are teenagers. There's no common sense here. It's not taking into account human behavior. And at the same time, the stats are telling us that the later bus was used more than this earlier bus is. So I have legitimate questions around the process of consultation, decision-making, and the success of the changes. So, that is what I'm trying to get at. And it's incredibly difficult. So I take the point, I do think that we need a staff report on making changes. I think that's a reasonable way to go, but we have to somehow follow through on this. And even in the report that I asked for, the information report, again, we asked for costing. There's no costing done. It makes it difficult to continue, to make good decisions if you don't have the information. And anyway, I do have questions, and I think Councillor Hensby is right that yes, we make plans, but plans are, they don't always get it 100%, and sometimes you just have to go back and revisit a decision and ask, is that working? How's that working out? I was very glad to hear that it's peak hour buses that we have a shortage of. And so, opportunities for a noon hour bus might actually be a possibility. But again, I don't know where or how to have these conversations, because it feels like every time we bring it up, it gets shut down. Anyway, I appreciate this frank conversation and hearing everybody else's opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I'm not misquoted here. I believe my exact words were, are we representatives where we're reflecting the constituents, or are we using our heads to also think? And I believe my exact words were, the reality is that it's a continuum on that I did not suggest at all that it was one or the other. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can taste the frustration. I know exactly how our new councillors feel, and because I have felt that sense of frustration in my chest as well. And I certainly hope that any of my comments yesterday were misunderstood, and I apologize if any offense was taken, because my point was merely that, and I know Councillor Cuddle is tired of hearing this is not the time and the place for this debate, but honest to God, this is not the time and the place for this debate. I am willing to support to the ends of the earth rural transit and seeing what we can do better. But in this forum, you know, we don't even have a dollar figure attached to some of these transit asks. And, you know, how risky is that when we don't know how much money these initiatives may or may not cost? So I guess, you know, my point was that I would love to have this explored, and all of the transit issues that are on the ballot sheet here. But more information is needed. I need to see what the residual effects are. I mean, basically what we've got here, you ever played Jenga? We're playing Jenga right now. And the plan is there and the Jenga board is set up. And you've got to be very strategic about where you pull and where you stack. Because if you don't do it right, the whole thing is just going to collapse. So, you know, I really think that bring this back, and this is not in an effort to, you know, silence my newer colleagues, but please bring this back as a motion of council, and I will support you 110%. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take just a minute, and I recognize the challenges that Councillor Blackburn is speaking about with the extension of the bus service, or the continuation of the bus service in Beaverbank and getting the new bus service in Lucasville. So I absolutely can appreciate the comments that she has made, and I support the two in Beaverbank and Lucasville as well. Councillor Daigle-Gammon to close.
Okay, no pressure here. You know what? I appreciate all of the discussion. And actually, I very much respect all of the positions that have been put forward. By nature, I am not a rule breaker. I love due diligence. I love good process. I love data-driven evidence decision-making. You know, part of my DNA for the most part. The one missing link, though, for me on this particular issue is that the disconnect of a community that doesn't feel like they were consulted. So good strategies come from, yes, all the technical stuff, all of our staff work. It also comes from where and how we consult with community. And I think we heard well and clear the fact that this community doesn't feel like they were part of that process. They weren't engaged. This motion asks for a pause almost, right? The reason I put the motion to say extended the ferry terminal was because that is something that is advantageous for those persons that will be on that route. And so that, and there is a dollar value. It's $50,000 and it's a pause. It's to take a year and to figure out what we can do. The speakers that we listened to yesterday were majoritively from Craigburn. No, they were not from some of the outlying area. And that's really because they felt that their names on a petition that was given to council, but there was no action requested from that petition. Their names were there on the petition, and unfortunately there was no action associated when that was given to them. And not everybody can get away from work. You know, I know that there are university students that are maybe of those 5. I know a working mom that's on the outlying area. So if we didn't hear from them, it's not because they didn't try to have their voices heard. They did through their emails to me and to my representation to council. We talked a lot about where and how. I learned about this when I was campaigning. So talked to Transit. Transit said it was approved by regional council, so it has to get changed by council. So we got to the transit budget. And then at the transit budget, because the work plan was there, then we asked the question there again. Again, we were told, well, this isn't the place. It doesn't belong here, so it has to go someplace else. So we graciously, council agreed to the briefing note. So the briefing note came here to the budget meeting. And so if not here, then the next thing is, so we've been pushed along and pushed along and pushed along in the process. And I, you know, I understand that. But now to go to the Transportation Standing Committee once again, who actually approved the plan, that will be too late. These changes come in November. So it's too late for that community. So I do urge council to think about, you know, and I, you know, to the frustration that some councillors have lost bus routes and all of that kind of stuff. My goodness, right? I sincerely, you know, I feel for you too, right? So Council Blackburn, what you had to do a month after being elected in 2016 and acknowledge and stand behind, you know, a plan that was made, that's hard. I mean, we're feeling it. Plans that are in year 4, you know, I've never been a fan of a 5-year plan, because if it becomes a cement fortress that you can't penetrate, then it doesn't allow for any flexibility. Again, within this, it's really about a community that didn't feel that they were consulted. If they were, would this plan look differently? If they had had representation, would there be a turnaround at Montague instead of? I mean, would the outlying area still have lost? I really don't know, but I do think that there would have been a different plan. This is a loop. It does not support Craigburn. There's maybe, I don't even know if there's one person. When I campaigned, I knocked on 98% of the doors there. It's a loop. It's not going to have people come up on it, but it will shorten the time and it will advantage other communities and other people on the ridership. But as long as we do ridership as the one thing that says you have transit or you don't, then we're not going to get cars off the road. That's not going to happen. People are going to have to drive to get there instead of that. So I do think that asking for this one pause for a year, let us consult. Way Mason, I will drive you crazy with information, I promise. And data, we will give you data. We will have consultation. Spend my own time and money if we need to, but give us this 1 year. Let us find a better plan and a better option. It does cost $50,000. Absolutely, I know it. And absolutely, I know that it will be worth it. And if it doesn't pass, please do not call it Waverly. It does not go to Waverly. And the only other point, to Councillor Mancini's point earlier yesterday, yeah, this area is so upset to be in District 1. I understand that, and they have felt the loss of being called Dartmouth ever since that change. When I was campaigning, one lady refused to vote because she said, I will not vote in District 1, Waverly, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. I am from Dartmouth. So again, I know that we need to have a vote. I feel everybody's position, and I appreciate all of the information that was brought forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. One thing about a speaker who comes on to close is it is a warning sign that everybody else should have their final say as well. So with that, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, and I appreciate what Councillor Daigle-Gammon is doing. And you know, I respect it. I don't agree with it, and I'm voting against it. But to say that the community wasn't heard is factually incorrect. In fact, we heard from a bunch of them yesterday. So they spoke directly to council. Just because we don't agree with them doesn't mean we didn't hear them. So I think people have to, there's a conflation sometimes. People think influence and input are the same thing, but they're not. We had thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of input into the Moving Forward Together plan. And I bet you if we did comb through the IP addresses for those who filled out surveys online, some of them probably were from Craigburn and said, we don't want this. And their view was there, and it was there yesterday. Just because we disagree with it doesn't mean we're not listening to them. That is a huge difference. Councillor Daigle-Gammon said that Transportation Standing Committee passed this plan. They did, but it had to come to council. Council passed the plan. This is council's plan. So you can't blame Transportation Standing Committee and say, oh, well, those 6 people, they did this to us. The entire 17 people on council passed the Moving Forward Together plan. And when we talk about data, the changes that happen are sometimes good. I just actually sent this to Councillor Cuttle because she asked about the impact of the low-income transit passes on the route number 9. And so in the fall of 2016, before the 2017 changes happened, the pre-routes, the 20, the 6, the others in Spryfield, Cowie Hill, Armdale area, had a weekday ridership of 2,300 people. After the changes were made, cuts were made, rerouting, the new number 9 within a year went up to 5,291 weekday riders. In September 2018, 5,882 weekday riders. That's massive. It's huge. We really have, the pendulum used to be coverage, and now it's going towards ridership. It's not about ridership. If you look at a map of Halifax transit routes, they are everywhere. We cover an enormous amount of urban, suburban, and rural areas within the municipality. And so there were 390 low-income pass users before the change, 690 after the change. So 300 people doesn't account for the 2,600 new riders on the route. And so, you know, we have to look at the evidence. We have to look at the data. Please, colleagues, I'm begging you to vote against this and allow these councillors to come back with a report that looks into all of these issues. I will vote for that. I will support that, because no plan is perfect. But we don't do it at the last minute on an ad hoc basis. It does have to be holistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers.
Question.
The question has been called. So I'm going to hand it over to the clerk.
And can you clarify for the record the question, please?
The question is in the motion, is in the chat, and it says, it reminds us that the Budget Committee directs staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the addition of $50,000 for a one-year pilot program for the continuation of Route 55 to continue to service the Portobello turning loop for 1 year, and the expansion of service to Alderney Ferry Terminal. 2, that required peak hour bus availability be created through rush hour frequency reductions to Route 55. And 3, that a staff report be prepared on the effects of the pilot on Route 55 ridership. So that is the question that we are voting on. And I'm going to hand it over to the clerk to run through the roll, please.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Against.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
4.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting for the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting against the motion.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Sadly voting no on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
I'll support it, yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Voting against the motion.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
Mr. Clerk, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, point of privilege or point of order. In the chat, Lindell Smith, Councillor Smith, indicated that he was sorry. He meant to vote against it. So I just want to clarify.
Yep, sorry.
Okay. My count with Councillor Smith voting against it, and Mr. Clerk, I would appreciate it if you could confirm it, is 9-8.
So just to confirm, Councillor Smith, that is a vote against the motion that is on the floor?
Yes.
Vote again. 8-9. 8-9.
I have it as 8 votes for, 9 votes against.
That matches my records as well. Thank you. So that vote fails. That motion doesn't pass. So we are back on the main motion. The next speaker. Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle Gammon, for bringing this issue forward, and thank you to your community for the impassioned presentations yesterday. We did hear them. We do understand the challenges that are being faced with this. Back on the main motion. Councillor Kent, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for a moment of point of privilege for just a moment. I want to kind of bring us back to an issue that I'm struggling with today that is around, I guess, this assumption and some of the language that we're using in our debates. And I know I really truly from my heart don't feel like it's intentional, but I think it's a wake-up call for us to be mindful of how we approach some of our conversations and our dialogue when we're talking around new councillors and some of our positions that we're bringing forward. I'm having a hard time kind of not hearkening, and I've never actually used this out loud. I've heard it used, but some mansplaining, some suggestion that we don't understand what is at play here. I appreciate some councillors kind of coming back and acknowledging that perhaps they were a little rough with some of their comments. And I think it's an important piece that as a council, we have got to be mindful of how we approach our language and how we interact with each other. I am absolutely in favor of how it was suggested around informed decision making. I don't want to have assumptions made about my comments and about my understanding of some things that are at play. There is a lot of information coming at all of us. I also want to make sure that we be given an opportunity in the future to have some conversations around this. We are a council now of diversity. We are a council of parity. We are a council of a lot of progressive and intelligent, respectful colleagues that I think this is a bit of a wake-up call around that. If we have not, due to COVID, had an opportunity to really get to know each other in a way that I think could help with this regard and this conversation. So I'm just throwing it out there, perhaps to Mr. Mayor and our CAO to look for opportunities where we have an opportunity in team building to be able to have candid conversations around these kinds of things. And I think it will better our team approach and our understanding of each other's positions and knowledge that we bring to the table, and maybe some supporting each other a little bit more on some of this, as opposed to just having barriers put up. So thank you for that moment. I would like to now speak to the issue on the reinstatement of Everett Street, the motion that I put forward. A lot of assumptions have been made and certainly I think perhaps I wasn't as clear when I brought it to the table yesterday when I asked what the process is. I absolutely do know what's happening here. I do understand the full extent of it. I did take the time to speak to staff. I do not intend to put a motion on the floor. I wanted to know, how do I speak to it? How do I get the message out to our colleagues that this is important to District 3. This is important, and a message out to my residents in District 3 in the Woodside area that they're not unheard and that their service is not important. It is important. I understand the implications of what has been put at play here in the transit strategy and all the work that has gone into it in the past. I understand the implications of how this potential reinstatement of this small area that have ridership that is still important to transit. It is within the transit boundary in this area. I think it's a shame. I think it's unfortunate that they're losing it. I am prepared to come back later to council and asking for reconsideration at that. I heard what you all have said here today in the last 2 days. I appreciate that. I think, again, this is about process, not about understanding. This area, it has been served. I believe strongly as well, underserved, even though it's a small area. I will be coming back to council with reconsideration, not only of the reinstatement, but in fact, an expanded scope. The way that it was explained to me from staff is that it's a complicated scenario, which I understand, and I see the report, the briefing note, It was also explained to me that we literally don't have enough buses to actually reinstate it without such a significant impact. Well, I'm telling you here, I'd like you to go on notice that as these new buses come online, I'm hoping that transit and we can, and all of our colleagues here today can look at ways not only to revisit this particular area, but revisit the situation in the Cow Bay area. It doesn't fall within the service boundary for transit, but it also doesn't fall within a catchment area for support from the province around Musco Ryder. So it's really a no man's land, but it's a no man's land that's 10 minutes from the that's not even 10 minutes, it's 5 minutes, and it's boundaries, the service boundary that we have. We're, you know, it's a no man's land in the heart of the city.
Councillor Kent?
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt. You are a little bit beyond 5 minutes. I do appreciate your comments.
Am I 5 minutes on my point around this, or did you include my point of privilege?
I included from when you started speaking.
I think my point of privilege, Mr. Chair, should have had a separate timing, because that's a point of privilege. That's not a point of this debate today. I'm almost done.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. The Coal-Harbor connection as well. So I'll just, this is not new to any of you. This is an area of concern. I appreciate the work that has been done so far. I appreciate that we can come back to council. I intend to, and I encourage all of our councillors in the rural areas who are struggling with our transient approach to for us to work together with our colleagues that have full service, and we move forward to a more wholesome and fair approach to transit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, for sharing your concerns about the process and your thoughts and your suggestions about that, as well as for acknowledging and coming back to council a little bit later on. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm the motion that we're speaking on, because my motion is something totally different.
The motion on the floor is the main motion, so it is covering the entire budget adjustment list and moving that into effect the tax rate, which we will ratify on the 4th. So at this point, there are no amendments on the floor. Yeah, so you're speaking on the main motion at the beginning of or that was read at the beginning of the meeting yesterday.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying. I move that council continue the weekly organic collection during the summer months to reduce vermin, raccoons, insects, and odor, not to mention the foul liquid that leaks out of the bottom of the green bins onto the streets and our dishes. I so move.
Second, Tim.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Clarification, I guess, Mr. Chair. Didn't we deal with this yesterday?
We did deal with this yesterday. The interruption in the weekly organic collection was a 1-year interruption. So if nothing is done, then we will continue with weekly organic collection. The motion that's in the budget adjustment list is to reduce that by $850,000 so that it would go to bi-weekly. If we do nothing, then we will continue with weekly organic collection through this year and ongoing.
So we don't need Councillor Stoddard's motion to clarify.
So at this point, this motion is not required.
I'll second we do nothing then.
Okay.
Tim, you are very good at that.
I will withdraw the motion, but again, the process and just the understanding of how some of this is written is not familiar to me, so I do apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for bringing it forward. It has been an issue that I've heard about a lot as well. Councillor Lovelace.
I think Councillor Cuddle wanted to speak directly to the motion that was.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
You're on mute. Oh.
There we go. Yeah, found it. Sorry. Yeah, we did deal with this yesterday, and I think we reached that conclusion that we need to do nothing. But I just want to also add why this is critically important to maintain the weekly service is that while we're discussing this, at the same time over at Otter Lake, there's discussions about the removal of the front end processor and the waste stabilization processor. And what has made this landfill very successful today is the diversion of organics away from the landfill into our organic waste facilities. And so another major concern here is that if we do not have weekly green bin pickup, there is the chance that we will see an increase in organics going into our landfill. And this could have rather major implications for the communities surrounding that landfill, which would be District 11 and District 12. So, I just think that this was not brought up in the staff or in the briefing note. The implications on diversion, and I would really like that to be noted, because it is really important to the success of our solid waste management strategy. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. And I totally agree with Councillor Cuttle. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to throw a motion on the floor, and I know this is going to be a really interesting conversation. I'm looking forward to chatting with you all about it. But my motion is that we approve all positions that's outlined in the planning and development presentation. So, Mr. Chair or Mr. Clerk, do I just need to read all of these in order? I'm assuming, so I will. 3 Planner 1 positions at $241,800. 3 Assistant Building Officials at $227,400. 3 Compliance Officer 1 positions, $227,400, and 1 Senior Program Engineer for $108,700.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
I really appreciate this. Since becoming a councillor a short 6 months ago, I cannot begin to tell you how many times people have contacted me in complete frustration with the delays in development permits, permit approvals, building permits, the length of time that it takes for reports to come through, the desperate need that we have for some kind of diversity in our housing stock within the rural areas, the amount of folks that would like to move forward with development initiatives and housing for seniors, affordable housing, accessible housing. I could go on. I think that based on the situation that we have right now, it is critical that we increase staff in planning and development so that not only can we address the succession planning that they're having, but we can get the work done sooner, that we can also address some of the complex issues that we have in moving these, subdivision development permits, moving forward with even just upholding the bylaw standards that we have. We desperately need more compliance officers. And, certainly, while I understand this is a hefty price tag, I think at the end of the day, what it ends up doing is creating actually more revenue from tax, property tax perspective. So I'm just going to leave it there. I look forward to having discussion on this, and hopefully this is looked at and approved, but I do recognize if some of you would like to pull a couple of these items out and debate them individually, I think that's certainly valid as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Actually, I had a whole bunch to say about it, but then Councillor Lovelace spoke, and I'm just going to say ditto. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, and I appreciate the motion being put on by Councillor Lovelace. I'm in favor of this motion and the staffing requirement. There's no question in my mind that that we are not at our best, I think, in our planning application delivery, planning application oversight on some of the projects that are out there. And I think that this could help. I think that we all should take the time to engage with our staff and Kelly Denty. They're always open to hearing from us. I encourage everyone to do that. Around where these staff will be allocated and to what degree. I think that we have a lot to offer in that regard, but I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question for Jane, if she's hanging out with us here this morning. I'm just wondering, so this is $805,000 plus, and this is ongoing. And I'm just wondering from Jane, which piggy bank should we be taking this from? Is this something that we can use the deed transfer tax for until it gets sort of absorbed by the greater budget? Just looking for some clarification on that, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So yes, what we would be doing is using the deed transfer tax revenue and bringing it in, and then it gets built into the wage model and gets funded through the out years through the normal revenue sources. So it will be accommodated that way.
And so no huge risk on this then?
No.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I will be voting to support.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Outhet. Councillor Outhet, are you there? Okay, let's go back to Councillor Outhet. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a very easy one to say yes, support. The 6+ months so far that we've been in, with all of the developments that are happening, we've had lovely engagement with a lot of the planning staff. And I think that just to say that the 3 additional compliance officers, I believe, are desperately needed. We can see in our community in District 1, I can see very much how they're huge workload, and our residents are complaining that there isn't enough compliance officers, or that they're not there when they need them. So to be able to add that resource of 3 compliance officers will be awesome. And just one question of clarification: was one of those compliance officers specifically around animal control? I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And Ms. Denty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, but barely.
Okay, I might turn off my video.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I would prefer to go without the video anyway. So in terms of earmarking those positions, we've identified.
I'm sorry, Kelly, we are still having difficulty hearing you. It's fuzzy on my end. I'm not sure if others are hearing that as well. Others are hearing that. They're acknowledging that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you far better now.
Okay, hopefully this works. Thank you. Relative to those positions, my apologies for not having good audio earlier. We've identified a need for some additional support to the solid waste group, but those positions I believe would assist with diverting work that the other compliance officer positions are undertaking now. So we've got some compliance officer 2 positions that are responsible for animal control, but right now they would be working, let's say, in some of the solid waste curbside enforcement work that we're talking about. But yes, this would allow us to move some work around. I can't be specific as to how these 3 folks would be integrated, but certainly it brings more to the pile in terms of distribution of work.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Outhet.
Oh, sorry, I just put in the chat I don't need to speak right now, Mr. Chair.
I see that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask Kelly in regards to the request for the additional staff here. How much pressure are we still having on our retirement bubbles in regards to how much staff we're going to be losing because of their years of service and getting on to the retirement age and all that corporate knowledge going out the door? I know we've had quite a few in the last few years in the planning department, and want to know how this request here may stem the tide a little, but I'd like to know what predicament are we in the next couple of years, because hiring these people today may fill a void now, but then again, we could be in another gap situation in a year or two from now. So I'd just like to know how our situation is on the projection of staff continuity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some are in better shape than others is what I would offer. We do have some longstanding staff in various positions, but having these folks come into the front end and allowing them to build that corporate knowledge while we have some more tenured staff on in our ranks will certainly help with that. But yes, certainly like most staff at HRM, they are aging and they are coming up to retirement age, but this will help with that. There's no question.
Thank you. I don't see any further speakers in the chat. Would someone like to call the question? Thank you. The question has been called. I'm going to hand it over to the clerk to go through the roll.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Dave O'Gavin.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
Mayor Savage.
38.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put a motion on the floor at this stage. I'd like to move that the Budget Committee direct staff to prepare a 2021-2022 budget with the addition of to include $115,000 in ongoing funding for costs associated with the mobile host special waste events times 6 events within the proposed 2021 budget for the Transportation Public Works parking lot as an operating over budget option.
Seconded.
I don't know if I
Seconded
said
by
that
Councillor Hensby. We will have the formal wording from the motion pasted in the chat.
Thank you. I was just thinking,
Yep, but go ahead, Councillor Kent.
as I was reading, I was like, okay, there's more words in there that I needed. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. This one is it's a must-do. I have said on a number of occasions, everything related to waste management, that we need to give our citizens the tools that they can have to address waste disposal. This one is a barrier to access to the locations where people can rid themselves of these kinds of toxic and noxious waste. It is in keeping with, for me, us as a municipality doing what we can do. There are a lot of things related to waste management, including rodents and such, that we have very little impact on. At least so far, this is it's been troublesome. This is an easy one, and I ask for council support on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Sorry, on the main motion, Mr. Chair.
On the main motion, okay, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. I 100% support this as well. I think this is a really important piece of, should be a really important piece of our new litter abatement and illegal dumping strategy. Over the past few weeks, I've been looking at illegal dumps kind of around the area, and it's just astonishing. And I know that this won't solve the problem 100%, but it will make a difference, I believe, for a number of people in having a proper place for them to go and dispose of items. So I think it's incredibly unfortunate that people do feel it's okay to dump illegally, that we rally volunteers and community members to go out and clean up after those people. I think enforcement around illegal dumping is critical, but so is opportunity to do the right thing. So I 100% support this. Thank you for bringing it forward, Councillor Kent.
Okay.
What is that?
Thank you. Councillor Jacob Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councillor Kent, you beat me to the punch. It was one of the things that I also wanted to see happen, especially, when we think about this being Earth Day. What a better time and what a better day to have this approved, to say that giving this opportunity will reduce illegal dumping. We're hoping and hoping and hoping that it will. The illegal dumping that we're seeing in a bunch of places around our municipality is rather disappointing. So on Earth Day, especially, vote in support of this option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't one that I'm going to support. I think this is a nice to have. I'm not convinced that having an extra handful of days is going to make any whit of difference to illegal dumping. So personally, I'm just not going. I'm not going to vote for this one. Then I just wanted to note my rationale. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Henspeed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm totally in favor of this request. My only question to staff is, last year we canceled this because of the COVID scare. Yesterday we had 25 cases announced. Today they just announced 38 more cases, 33 within the central region. What may it take for this to curtail or disconnect our mobile collection system? Perhaps we may have to have a different methodology. Instead of passing out a survey to the people driving into the parking lot and filling out a question, we may have to give that solely to the people handling it, that they just take a license plate number, or a person holds up their ID showing their address, whatever, and then our people who's collecting the stuff just pop the hood and take the stuff out and count it that way. I'm just kind of curious of with this COVID scare now going on again, what's the likelihood of us losing this service again?
Mr. Anguish, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've left my crystal ball at home. No, we can't. Look, we're going to roll with the public health restrictions as we do. I appreciate we learned a bit about what can and can't be done. You can be sure that we'll make every attempt to keep this service going if council approves it. The main reason is we saw a lot of the frustration that happened as a result of the major backlog that was created through the original shutdown. So at this point, at the end of the day, we'll follow public health orders to the max and protect our citizens to the max extent as possible, but while keeping in mind that we will make every effort to keep the service operating where possible. I apologize, I haven't got a better answer as where we stand today. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Crystal clear enough for me, sir.
Thank you. There was a little bit alarming about the new case count today. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Hensby, for raising those concerns. I was wondering the same thing. I am supportive of the intent of this. In looking at the additional mobile events, we're talking primarily of rural areas. Tantallon in particular hasn't seen this kind of event. But I think more importantly, with these opportunities, with these events, should they be permitted to occur, it's an educational opportunity. And when we look at the success that we've had with these to divert, this kind of material from the landfill, it's extremely important, not only from the diversion perspective, but also from the educational opportunity that staff have to speak directly and to communicate directly in these communities that don't traditionally have these kinds of special waste events. So I do support this, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm supporting this. At the end of last summer, when the depot over in Bears Lake opened up again, we actually waited in line, turning off and on our engine because we were there for about 25 minutes. And there's a huge demand, for people to drop off product. Now, not a lot of people use, and I'm going to put in a plug for the Halifax Recycles app. It'll tell you where stuff goes, and if you have things like compact fluorescent bulbs, if you have paint, if you have batteries, there's lots of places to drop them off. You don't just have to take them to the hazardous household waste depot. There's lots of other places. But having said that, when we went through, there were lots of COVID protocols. We did actually just pull up. They took it out of the trunk. We didn't have to fill out any paperwork. They did that for us. So they are very good at doing what they do. And I've seen the demand myself, and I've had lots of calls from residents frustrated at waiting in long lineups. So I do know that for folks who may not have to drive in, if there's one in their own community, they could take advantage of that. So this is one of those rare occasions where I'm going to be in agreement with Councillor Hensby and support this. So thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a councillor for District 12, the environmental depot is in my district. I heard a lot of complaints from residents and other citizens that did spend long times in lineups, and some got so frustrated that they said, you know what, I'm gonna go home and put this in my black bag or green bag. So it can't be seen, and it'll go out of my household and be done with. And I find that very disturbing that they actually admitted that, because again, that waste is going into our landfill. There could be situations where the propane tank comes in connection with something that's friction wise and could cause serious damage to one of the employees or one of the trucks. So I am in support of this, and I hope that will go through. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers first time. So Councillor Kent, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that Council there's some indication of support on this. I can tell you that for those areas like Eastern Passage and some of the areas that are in the Cow Bay, the illegal dumping is really quite rampant, and we really need, and Councillor Stoddard really identified an area that is of concern. People will find other ways and not good ones to dispose of their hazardous waste. So I also forgot to put out a little shout out to Councillor Mason, because I noticed that in the proposed 6 locations, there has been some difficulty in finding a location, although it's not been had in the south end of Halifax. If that doesn't happen, I'd be happy to take one for the team and have a 6th exchange Eastern Passage area for that one. So just letting you know that that's on the mark. I see you. Just saying, so staff, if you have some struggle with that, we'd be happy to host on behalf of Councillor Mason. And we'd love to have their residents come out to Eastern Passage and take part. It'd be a lovely day. I think I'd roll out the red carpet for them.
You're very
So
kind.
on that, I'll ask for the call for the question. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The question has been called. I don't see any further speakers in the list. So over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Absolutely.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor. This mouse has a mind of its own.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
Okay, that motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've disposed of green bins by not doing anything, but the blue bag is still on there, and I want to test council, and I will move that we do reduce blue bag service to bi-weekly service to save $308,500 in year 1 and $850,000 in year 2. I so move.
Second by Mancini.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
So, none of this is scientific. I'm not saying it is, out of respect to anyone who's taken a stats class on this discussion, but, certainly I have polled my residents through my newsletter, through social media, and it's been a point of discussion. And while, a majority, but not an overwhelming majority, but a majority were against green bin going to bi-weekly, 80 to 90% of folks we're okay with storing the blue bags for an extra week, and that would give us some cost savings. And certainly when we're not in the summer season and the green bins are only being collected every 2 weeks, having the alternating week be blue bin, I think makes a lot of sense. So to me, I know there's going to be some issues. There's always some people who are going to have some concerns. I think that they can be accommodated through folks buying new bins to store in, or being more careful about compacting the waste when they go to store it, waiting for the pickup, and that would free up almost $1 million for us to put into other programs. So I ask for council support in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this. I have spoken a number of times around giving the tools that our constituents need to do their part, particularly on Earth Day. I think this is more relevant than ever before. I also have a district that is severely affected by wind. And so when we have collection days and blue bags, and we are putting out 2 weeks worth, and they're doing their part. The constituents are doing their part by separating and recycling properly. Reducing it is, to me, very much a step backwards. We have a lot of residents in District 3 who have storage issues and related, no doubt across the municipality, even in the rural areas. Sometimes having a storage issue can be in relation to rodents and wildlife in their backyards and neighborhoods. And so and these are very serious. Rodents are attracted as much to the recycling bags as they are to our green bins, and I won't be supporting reductions in any way. I also have a district who has parts of District 3 who have not had the benefit of weekly collection. So this is not only a reduction, but it is on the in the budget to increase that service to some areas, and that's welcome, and it's well overdue. I would not be representing them well if I was in favor of reducing it before they even got it. So I cannot in good representation support this, not only there, but I have lived in a district that has been, you know, had a lot of issues with rodents, and now I'm hearing throughout the district that in the more suburban areas and urban areas of my district that have continue to have rodent issues, and for that alone, I can't support it. Overwhelmingly, my residents are not in favor of any reductions in this measure, including the green bin reductions. So I'm asking council not to support this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I get the spirit of this, and I'm not one for wasting money and jacking up taxes, as we all know, but this is a basic service that I think we should be, particularly at a time when we all spoke earlier today, or many of us did, about cleanups in the community. It's Earth Day. In my own situation, if it wasn't for cat litter, we would barely be putting out any clear bags or black bags. Most of what we do goes frankly in blue bags and in green bins. And I am just very worried that some won't have room to. You're having a good laugh there, Mr. Chair. I'm glad. It's good. I'm just very worried that some will go back to putting them in the black bags or not recycling and this sort of thing. And for the little bit of money that this would save, I think it sends the wrong message. Question, I'm going to call on a friend here. We haven't done this, I don't think, yet, and we have this available to us. So I don't know if Bruce or Jane could give me an idea of what would this cost? What does it cost to pick them up every week instead of every second week? We know the cost, but I mean, what does it cost on the average tax bill? What are we talking about?
Mr. Chair, through you to the committee. So if the reduction is taken, so we remove the $308,500, what that is a reduction in the average residential tax bill of $1.07, or reduction in the rate of 0.0004.
All right. Thank you, Jane. And again, I understand the spirit of this, but I'm worried that we're being, penny wise and pound foolish when we have such a litter problem, and we've been so good at recycling as a province. So I can't support this one, and I hope others won't. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to jump in here and seek an additional piece of information. Jane, that was just for this year. Ongoing, if I'm not mistaken, it will be higher, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to that as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe ongoing it would be a savings of $850,000.
And translated into the tax bill and the tax rate?
I'm just putting that in the magic spreadsheet.
Okay.
It is a savings of $2.94 on the average tax bill, and a reduction in the rate of 0.0012.
Okay, thank you very much.
So for $1 or $2 a year, Mr. Chair, depending on, and good question, thank you. I stick behind my comments. I don't think that this is a big issue. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So listening to the comments of Councillor Kent and Councillor Outhill, I was rolling this around in my head, and I have no idea if there's kind of a more scientific answer to this question, but I would think for both wind and rodents, having fewer pickup days, so having it every 2 weeks instead of 1 week, would actually be better for both of those. So think about this for a second. If I put out half a blue bag every week, it's lighter and the wind's going to blow it around. If I put out a full blue bag every 2 weeks, it's heavier and the wind is less light. It would take a higher gust of wind to move that heavier blue bag than a lighter blue bag. Also for rodents, if I'm putting out blue bags every 2 weeks, so therefore rats have to wait 2 weeks before they get feed, that should actually make them move to another area. Because if I feed them more often, it's like your pet. you know, if you don't feed your dog for a few days, that they're not going to be very happy with you. You don't feed them for 2 weeks, they're probably going to die. I would think the same would be true for rats or rodents of any kind. So the less often you would have them out there, the less rat issue you would have. Any food source that's around more frequently, and we see this with bird feeders, for example, in the city. When people have bird feeders regularly stocked in their backyards, they have more rats. If they don't have bird seed in the feeder, they have no rats because there's no food for the rats. Anyway, I just throw those out there because I think for both of those issues, wind and rodents, we'd actually be better off having longer time in between collection dates than you would having more frequent collection dates. I don't know if staff want to speak to this. I don't know if Mr. Philopoulos is on the line, if it's worth it or not. Anyway, I put that out there because I think intuitively, less frequent, less rodents, less litter. Anyway, I just put that out there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say that District 13 has been taking one for the team for a long time because we've had bi-weekly pickup. You know, I agree with what Councillor Clary just said. You know, the cost of half bag pickup, you know, to me just doesn't make sense. So while some of District 13, very small geographic area, has had weekly pickup, many of those folks are only putting bags out every 2 weeks because they're not full. And, you know, so having those trucks going through these communities and only picking up, you know, a percentage, it just seems wasteful. So, but I do have a question for staff, because I guess at this point in the game, you know, if we've already approved contracts for our service providers, but yet we reduce, you know, the pickup, what is the financial implication here with regards to the contract? I'm wondering if someone can speak to that, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I get anything wrong, I'm sure Andrew will correct me. But essentially, when we did the 5-year, given the experience through COVID, when we did the 5-year contracts for the solid waste collection contracts, we priced in a number of options. So when they bid on the contracts, the pieces that we're bringing to you in form of savings are savings that they bid upon. So these numbers are locked in contractually. So there's no implication per se. We have to give sufficient notice, and that's why you're seeing a lesser amount in this year compared to going forward. But other than that, this is a number that was negotiated contractually. It's simply, if council wishes to move forward with this, we would notify the haulers and the savings will be achieved. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when it comes to the two unders, I mean, what I heard from constituents very clearly that did not happen last year on the green bin was, well, we don't want to go without the summer green bin. I was kind of predisposed to, well, we could cut that. No one seemed to mind last time, but the reaction I very much had was, yeah, we didn't write you because it was COVID and we understood that we all had to make some sacrifices, but we don't want it to go away permanently. So I'm kind of okay with leaving the restoring the green bin summer pickup. But what I didn't hear anything regarding complaints about the blue bags. In fact, many said, well, you know what, if we move that to every 2 weeks, that really wouldn't make any difference to my life at all. The recyclables tend to not be stinky. The only challenge would be for some folks would be storage, right? And the people who probably have the most challenge with storage are folks who live in apartments where you've got commercial hauling anyway. So I'm going to go support this. This is money we can redirect to other areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent, to speak for your first time on blue bags, and I've already added you for a second time. Go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, no, I'm pretty sure I spoke on this, but perhaps I didn't.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did, because I spoke to the wind and the rodents. So I just want to clarify some points that Councillor Cleary put out, because I'm not sure if it's a case of the residents in District 3, in particular the Eastern Passage End, where it would be very rare for us to have a half a bag that put out in between a weekly. Perhaps it's because they're doing such a good job and being diligent in making sure that they recycle every single piece of waste that they can. I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the even if not being in an apartment building, in the average house, there's not a lot of space that people are going to be willing to take up, and this is what I hear, inside for their recycling. Recycling waste takes up space. And so what do? We put it outside. What do we put it outside, and there's an extravagant work that has to be done in order to protect it from rodents and wildlife. And that is very, very real. And if we have the ability to get rid of it each weekly, we have a better chance of being able to store it within our household or in a small containment, so it's not collecting to 3 or 4 bags, because that's what's happening. And folks are doing a good job with it. So on that piece, it's not a case of being once in a while putting out a half a bag. That's just not going to happen. People are doing a good job, but weekly would allow for it to be better and less attractive to rodents and wildlife. The piece with the wind, the same thing. The wind is an unusual predicament, because you can have a very, very windy day, and a certain pocket, if you've ever been in any of the sort of wind tunnel areas, the way the wind blows and the tunnel of how the houses are configured can create a windier spot. So it is happening. It is very real in our coastal communities, and but weekly allows us to not have to chase 4, 5, 6 bags, versus if 1 or 2 are out, and they have the capacity to create a weighted system. Or I had a recent online virtual meeting with staff and with community on this particular issue, and we worked with the staff to help them, educate them on what is available around containment for the recycling containers. It's rather cumbersome, and not everyone has that ability. So I would ask staff council to vote against this. I think it's a backwards step in a lot of great work and precedent that we set here in the municipality on good waste management. I just think it's backwards, and so I'm asking you not to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to this conversation as well, in saying that I believe recycling, just like garbage and organics, this is a basic municipal service that the municipality provides to its residents through the tax rate. And to reduce services, basic municipal services, just doesn't make sense to me. Especially in something like this, when we have desperate situations of litter, illegal dumping, we're asking residents to do a lot of sorting. Like Councillor Kent said, let's give them what they need to be successful in doing this. And it doesn't address big families. There are big families out there. I'm one of them. And when you make meals, there's a lot of recyclables that get added up very, very quickly. And also with the increased number of rodents this past year, and everyone who's contacted me said that this has been an increased year of rodent sighting for many, many, many reasons, including the mild winter that we've just had. So yeah, I won't be supporting the reduction in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and mark this day down. I happen to agree with Councillor Cleary on this back of the matter. I think that it's a give and take situation. I believe that getting us back the green bid weekly and giving up the blue bag bi-weekly is fair and reasonable. I totally concur with his comments about people putting out half blue bags. I've been doing that myself. I've been stockpiling, waiting every second week to put up my blue bag materials. Plus, there's no bag limit on blue bag materials, so we can stockpile and put 2, 3, 4. There's no bag limit on it, so I think this is a reasonable approach for this year. Let's see how it works, and we can always revisit it next year. But I think this is a reasonable adjustment in regards to COVID situation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this is worth trying for a year. Last year we tried the green bins. I think this year we could try blue bags. I think one of the big issues, as we're all aware, is that we do need the reduction in packaging to come through, and that would make a big difference in the amount of recyclables that we do have. Because many of them are not being recycled at all, but actually going for fuel. So, I think there's this big question here around the quantity of recyclables that we're even producing in the first place. So I will support this for the year and see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anguish, I see you popped up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just draw council's attention to the briefing note. When we negotiated this was for the full term of the contract. We did not contemplate a one-year trial. Therefore, we are not recommending a one-year trial. This should be a decision of council to proceed for the balance of the contract with the biweekly blue bag. If council wants to do a one-year trial, thinking out loud, I would, we certainly have some time to look at this further, and I would defer to council receiving further information on this, as city staff would have to go back and review the full implications and share that with council as what a trial might look like. Certainly, just to reiterate, we had always looked at this as a price that would be for the duration of the contract. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Anguish.
On a point of clarification, could you clarify, will those contracts just renewed, and for how long are they? 3 or 4 year period? Just to refresh our memory in regards to the contracts.
That's fair. I'm pretty sure they're 5, but I'd like Andrew just to reconfirm for me. A bunch of numbers running around in my head this morning.
Thanks, Brad. That is correct. It's a 5-year contract with the possibility to extend up to 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've not heard of a point of clarification before. I'm not sure it's in the AO. I will have to check it out. Councillor Hensby, if you would like to put your name forward again to speak, that would be most welcome.
Please do.
I'm going to step out of the chair for a minute and speak to this. So, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind, I'm sure there are now going to be a dozen of us timing me, including me. I'm going to be voting against the reduction, against the bi-weekly blue bag collection. I'm going to be voting in favor of weekly recyclable collection. There have been a number of points raised, and I've talked with a lot of community members about this. It started last year with the experiment, with a one-time reduction in green bin, and everybody was upset about that because of the critters, because of the unwelcome guests that they had, because of some of the suggestions that it's okay, just freeze your compost or wash out your green bins, and a lot of people found that to be an unhelpful suggestion when they are paying for a municipal service. So I'm glad to see that that has been restored to every week. As far as the recyclables go, we have been a household of 2 people and put out 2 basically full bags every week. I don't think we go through a huge amount more than everybody else. If if there is a full household that is putting out half a blue bag every week, then I would think that we need to look a little bit more at diversion rates and make sure that we aren't putting out whatever we're putting out in the rest of the garbage. I am concerned about just the wrong type of waste getting out there. There was a comment about cat litter made a little bit earlier. I'll share with council a story at another time about that. Councillor Cleary, you're absolutely right as far as the weight of the bags. It speaks to the density of what you're putting into the blue bags. And one of the things that I've found as a way to mitigate that is for people to tie 2 blue bags together, just using the straps on the top of them. And that has held them in place in extremely windy areas. I've heard from a number of residents who don't see any need to reduce this, and for $3 a year, they all welcome maintaining blue bags every week. So I will be supporting this. I've heard from enough people. It has not presented the right degree of savings for me to see for us to be able to reduce this from every week to every 2 weeks. So I will leave my comments at that. Thank you very much. And thank you for the indulgence in letting me speak to this. Who's next on the list? Councillor Daigle Gammon, I think. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for me, the concern right now is that it is a 5-year contract with an option to extend. So we're now talking about just a 1 year and see what may or may not happen as a result. And that does change some of that changed my opinion, actually, because now we're stuck with it for 5 years if this does change. So for all of the reasons that people can have spoken about it needed to stay weekly, then I actually agree. There are a lot of concerns around the blue bags, and Councilor Purdy talked about, it's a basic service that you get from HRM. It's something basic that you get for your tax dollars. I actually agree with that, and so I would not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking for the second time, Councillor Cleary.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just had to get off the phone with the resident. And I appreciate everything that's being said by everyone, and I think they're all valid points. And I could go either way, but it is Earth Day. And so if you have fewer trucks traveling around picking up garbage less frequently, that means less atmospheric pollution, less greenhouse gas emissions. And I think that's worth something just in and of itself. The amount of recycling one puts out, I think, is probably proportional to the lifestyle they have. So if you eat more whole foods, fruits and vegetables, prepare your own meals, you have fewer, cans, bottles, that kind of stuff to put out. And so I get that, and I think actually our diversion rates are pretty good. Mr. Philopoulos could correct me, but I think from where we were years ago, we're well over 50% diversion. Is weekly blue bag the reason for that? Don't know. Would diversion rates go down if we had bi-weekly blue bags? I don't think so, but I guess, it's kind of like, I guess religious people, if you need a God to tell you to be good, then, maybe you're not a good person. If you need weekly pickup of blue bags to save your cans for 1 extra week, I don't know what to say. But anyway, I'll be voting to reduce the blue bags, but if others vote for it, I'm fine with that too. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stoddard to speak for the first time on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak, my residents have said that they want to continue with the blue bags weekly. I have a district with households, as I've learned through campaigning, that have households of 4 or more residents. and they think it would be a struggle to keep these blue bags for 2 weeks. We're talking about milk containers, cat food containers, all of the above. And on average, when I look and I go for a walk on Blue Bag Day, they're full. And I don't have a problem with them remaining weekly. The other thing I just want to mention about Councillor Cleary's last conversation was that not everyone is in a position to eat more fruits and vegetables. It's a nice idea in theory, but some people just can't afford it. So if they have to open up a can of something to extend their meals, I don't think they should be punished because of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle, for the second time.
Thank you. You know, looking at this for the duration of the contract actually makes me reconsider it a little bit. But we also know, as Councillor Mancini has pointed out, that extended producer responsibility is a solution, and we're hoping that it's coming soon. My question for Brad would be, if we stay with the weekly pickup now, could we revisit this at a later point in the contract?
Absolutely.
Okay, then in that spirit, I may change my position on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason to speak for the second time.
No, I'm good. I think we've all made up our minds 20 minutes ago by my count. So I'll speak to the main motion. Next opportunity, please.
Oh, the main motion, I'm sorry. Okay, so would there are no further speakers to this motion?
Question?
The question has been called. Mr. Clerk, thank you for pasting the motion in the chat. And the motion is that the Budget Committee direct staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the removal of $308,500 by reducing weekly blue bag collection to bi-weekly service. So what this means is if you vote for the motion, you are voting to reduce the blue bag service. You are voting for every 2-week service. If you vote against the motion, you are voting to maintain weekly blue bag service. Just wanted to make that clear. So I'm going to hand it over to the clerk for the vote. Please.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
Against the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
Against the motion.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting no.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
Councillor Morse, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, I didn't vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Morse, my apologies.
I had not been tracking the votes on this one. I apologize, Mr. Clerk.
I have 9 votes for, 8 votes against.
So that motion passes. We will be proceeding with bi-weekly blue bag collection. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to step out of the chair for a minute. I would like to speak to the motion on the multi-service youth center. So Councillor Daigle Gammon, if you wouldn't mind stepping into the chair for a minute, I would appreciate it. And would appreciate it if the clerk would paste that motion into the chat as well. Basically, the Multi-Service Youth Center is also known as the Den, and this is a service that is offered at the Sackville Library here, and it is a number of groups that come together to make sure that our youth are served properly. It is effectively a drop-in program which has had its own round of challenges in the COVID times because people have to register to go and make use of these services. But in times before COVID, it was well attended, well recognized, well appreciated by those who work there from the different services, and we can see a listing of them in briefing note 16. Everybody, again, appreciated it. We can also read from briefing note 16 very positive comments and that it will be coming back for a favorable report in the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting on May 20th. The motion, and I would like to move that the Budget Committee direct staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the addition of $85,000 for the Multi-Service Youth Center.
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. And I would simply appreciate your support for this. This was $75,000 for the first year, and it is $85,000 ongoing. Just to make sure that it addresses the deficits or any of the corrections, any of the course changes that were realized from that first year. So I simply would appreciate your support on this motion. Thank you very much.
I see no speakers on the list so far in the chat. Are there any? Is my chat actually working?
There are none. Did you get a second?
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn.
In that case, question on the motion.
Mr. Clerk, to vote. This is the easiest chair job really on this one.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry about that. Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting most definitely yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Absolutely in favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Like Paul, undecided, yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, sir.
So by my count, I believe that that motion has passed, and Councillor Russell, you may resume the chair.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's support for that motion. This is a wonderful program, and I am looking forward to seeing it move forward. It is currently 10 to 12, and we are back on the main motion. Rather than risking opening debate on a new amendment, I'm wondering how people would feel about taking a lunch now. And I see one set of thumbs up, 2, 3. The yays have it as far as going for lunch. So let's take a break and let's resume at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody. Councillor Outett, you will be the first person to speak when we resume. Mr. Clerk, is there anything that we need to do?
Just your regular reminder, please return back to this link. Your cameras and your microphones will be muted until right before the meeting starts. When we return, we will be back live on YouTube. See you after lunch.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit.
We return at 1?
Yes, 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It appears we have quorum, and we will release your mics and your video here momentarily. Please, as a reminder, we are broadcasting and the meeting can start as soon as the chair calls.
Thank you very much, Ian. Let's make sure that we have everybody here, and then let's resume as close to 1 o'clock as possible.
Won't be good news today. They postponed their press conference by 2 hours.
Until when?
3:30.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that too. It's not a good sign.
Nope.
We're scheduled to break for the day at 4 p.m.
Well, hopefully we'll finish the budget this afternoon.
It's those rural guys that they'll want to do Sandy Point Road or something.
Hey, I just want to buy the parkland. Don't worry about the roadway. I just want the parkland so we can do some work on the park. I got volunteers waiting for chainsaws to go trim up the trees and stuff and make it a little safer to walk through.
I had to mention it, Mr. Chair. Get them all wound up. Sorry.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You had to wake them up, eh? Just leave them alone.
If you put a sign on it, David, you might be able to use your district activity for it, or district advertising.
That's right.
Can't use it for acquisition of real estate.
Oh, shucks. That's right. Mr. Clerk, have you been able to assess if we have the right staff and counselors on the meeting?
I believe we are good to go. We'll pull this slide down and you're ready to start.
Let's resume, please. Great, thank you very much. When we broke for lunch, we had just finished voting on the bi-weekly recyclable collection, and there was a question posed basically after we had recessed, and that question was for someone from TPW about when the bi-weekly blue bag collection would start. And I'm wondering if TPW is on the line, and when and if you're able to answer when the bi-weekly blue bag collection would start.
And further to that, how does that affect the paper and cardboard collection?
Do we have Mr. Anguish? Beautiful, thank you.
Well, actually, I'm just checking to see if Andrew's on the line here. We may have to post it in the chat.
Okay.
In fact, that's what we'll do. That's the easier way to do it, and it's a fair question. I just don't have the answer at my fingertips. Thank you.
Nope, that's fair. Thank you very much. We will look for that in the chat and broadcast it when we receive it. On the main motion, Councillor Outhitt is the next person to speak. So go ahead, Councillor Outhitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope everyone had a good lunch and a good snack, and that's a great segue to what I want to put on the floor, which is the item for $50,000, which is funding to expand the food program within branches and also cover the increasing cost of the food. So this does several things. We heard about this.
Going to add one missing word, that is library food program.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You missed the word library.
Oh, okay.
We were just talking about the food program.
And Mancini seconds it.
And Mancini seconds
All
it.
right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini.
So the library food plan, good catch, thank you, is something that we heard about last year during budget debate, and also most of us who've had library tours or been on the library board know how important this is as well. It's everything from snacks to help folks when they're learning and dealing with times of crisis in our branches, through to running programs on how to prepare food, how to try and eat better, how to the importance of food and the importance of breaking bread together at times, to be quite frank. If we need more explanation of that, OSA is available, but this is just a program that I am so supportive of, both the snacks and also the actual food preparation. The library also does do other things to try and raise money through donations and fundraising and this sort of thing. But if we'd like to keep this going and expand it, they do require an additional $50K, which I would like to ask us to consider and to vote on. So there we go. Hope to have your support. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Outhit. Just a point of clarification. I believe in our budget adjustment list summary, it's listed as ongoing. And we had a brief conversation with the host of the CEO. I believe, and maybe if she's on the line, she can speak to it, Mr. Chair. I believe they want to make that just a one-time, make that a one-time request. So maybe if Osa could speak to that, please.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Certainly, we put this on the table as an ongoing request initially because we do not foresee that the need will decline in our community, but we also know that the council is trying to balance sort of what spending feels comfortable this year with some ongoing financial strain. So, you know, really, I put it forward as an either or, and I'm going to hand that over to the chair to see how that gets navigated. Certainly, this is absolutely critical, and it is everything from newcomer cooking classes. We had great programs during African Heritage Month, sharing cuisine, getting people cooking in their homes virtually. We've done some amazing things with these funds on the programmatic side. And the other side is really the ability to have snacks in our branches. So, you know, I'm the first to say I'm not at my best behaviorally if I'm hungry. And so sometimes the simple act of having fruit and healthy snacks available for people in branches really improves the way we can be together in the public space from a behavioral perspective and supports learning and many, many things. So that's true of children, teens, and adults in our community.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with Councillor Outhit, I would like to suggest that we just make this a one-time offer, and then, you know, we can revisit this next year at budget time, and depending where we are with COVID and all of that. So, if that's okay with Councillor Outhit, and maybe
Well,
to how that is up to you, Councillor. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I was kind of hoping we might do this ongoing, but that's fine. It's not the hill I'll die on, at least not till I've had a good snack. But I was wondering, Jane, if you could jump in. We're talking $50,000 a year. I think we're talking pennies for the average, tax bill. I'm just wondering if Jane, if you could just, for the sake of argument, just incredible value we get out of this for probably 50 cents to their 20 cents or something to the average homeowner. If you could just jump in on that with a rough guesstimate. And I'm kind of hoping we might be able to do this on an ongoing basis, but.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So the impact on the average tax bill is 17 cents for $50,000.
Yeah, I'm just going to call for the question. I'm not going to debate 17 cents too long, if that's okay with me, Mr. Chair.
So just to clarify, are we making that just ongoing? Is that what your choice, Councillor?
I'm proposing that unless people really want to push back, but yeah.
And I'm fine with that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further speakers to this motion. Councillor Outhit, I believe you've called the question. So over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Lovelace.
Councillor Lovelace, let me know she may be late joining us.
Thank you. District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
You're voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of this motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
And that motion passes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, everyone. Before we move on, I just want to make sure, Councillor Roth, that you talked about it, but the actual text of the motion is that the Budget Committee directs staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the addition of $50,000 for the library food program. And again, that has passed. Councillor Mason.
Too many windows open. All right, let's move on to, because we've had such a low energy debate so far. Let's move on to something that we can really dig our teeth into. I move that the Budget Committee direct staff to prepare the 2021-2022 budget with the addition of $1.25 million this year and $2.25 million in following years, funded from deed transfer tax for the costs associated with the in-year staffing requirements, and require the CAO to provide council with a report detailing the proposed staffing resource plan no less than 2 weeks prior to job posting. I so move.
Second, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Mason, would you mind posting that motion in the chat?
Ian has it, but I will do it right now.
Or Ian, there we go.
Oh, there you go. You get 2 for the price.
Twice. That's awesome. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I know there's been, to cut to the chase, because I think we all want to try and get done by 3:30 now, not even by 4. There's been a lot of concern about wanting more detail about this proposal. I support more resources cut for things like IMP and Halifax. I don't think we can wait another full year. So I like the idea of creating space in the budget now using deed transfer tax as was proposed by the CAO 2 weeks ago to create some room. But I think, yeah, it's fair. We should have more information about how that money is going to be used. So the other thing was that, of course, since we're doing mid-year hires, the full 2.25 million wouldn't be used this year. So to reflect that better, and after talking to Jacques and staff, brought in this amended motion, which will both give us a report back before the actual trigger is pulled and creates the space, recognizing it's 1.25 this year and 2.25 million next year. You know, when we're talking about something like Halifax, where we have until 2030 to meet our carbon budget targets, every day that we don't have adequate resources is making it harder or making it impossible for us to meet these. And the 3 big things that we're working on right now: integrated mobility plan, EV bus rapid transit, ferries, and Halifax, are all intertwined in hitting those carbon goals and making us the city that we want to be in terms of that crisis and the vision of who we can be. And my biggest concern, and the biggest concern of many of us around Halifax especially, was how are we going to do that? It's going to cost money. It's going to cost, 15, 16 million bucks next year in capital and 30 million bucks every year after that to do Halifax alone. We're also going to have to come up with our share of the bus stuff and all that. But none of those things can happen until we have the staff. And so recognizing we don't have a full staffing plan yet, I accept it's not appropriate to just say, here's a blank check or whatever. But I do feel like we need to recognize that time is of the essence. These projects are in flight, and we need to make the room in the budget and just bite the bullet and fund it. And I thank the CAO for bringing forward that option at the last budget meeting. I'll just close there. I look forward to hearing what councilors have to say, and I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Thank you, the staff, for bringing this forward. I have concerns about this, as I've expressed before. I like this motion better, particularly the fact that we will get the information before the hiring as opposed to after the fact, when we have no control over it. And if we did have any control over it, we might end up with big severance payments. So I like this better. I like the fact that we need to be nimble. And I was going to suggest $1 million, but you know what? I can live with 1.25 million this year, but I will not accept committing ourselves to the following year. This is a very big deviation for us in the budget process. We've spent hours, as you all know, many meetings, going line by line through budgets, looking at individual positions. In the case of an RCMP position, we voted against it. So we've kind of gone through this in painstaking detail, which is good. No other order of government does this. We do it. It's painful, but it's the best way to do it in my view. But then at the end of it, to suddenly say we will allow discretion of up to 15 people, to me is an abdication of our responsibility as councillors. I can't do it. I do think we need to be nimble, and I trust the CAO, the CFO, and our staff to, under certain parameters, make additions to the workforce to get the jobs done. Don't forget, we're adding 60 people already this year through the budget process. That's not an insignificant number of people. And they're in areas like planning and fire and important areas that transportation and public works. So that's not a small investment, colleagues. So I will not support this motion if next year is tied to this. I think because it's such a big deviation, we have to do the budget next year in any event. We shouldn't try to commit ourselves to a multi-year plan on this. Let's see how it works this year. And if it does work this year, then I'm prepared to look at it again next year. So I can see the 1.25, recognizing that there'll be some carry forward for it. But I'm concerned that we tie our hands in future years. So that's where I am on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have just a quick question about the way Councillor Mason's motion is worded. So I want clarification on when these reports detailing the proposed staffing resources, no less than 2 weeks before the job posting come to council, are they simply for information, or do we actually get to approve? Because the way it's worded right now, essentially we're saying carte blanche, here's some money, just tell us beforehand what you do, but we have no control over what you do. To the mayor's point, we have been diligent going line by line through every departmental budget, and that's the reason why the process has been evolving to the point now where we do get to that level of detail. And I am also not comfortable with just saying, here's a pot of money, do whatever you want with it, just tell us before you do it. That still doesn't let us know now, when we've painstakingly gone through every department and said, lay out who you need, how much you want for that, and what they're going to do. Because as councillors, we don't run the city. That is our CAO's job. What we get to do is approve our policies. We get to approve our budget. And in that budget, we get to see a level of detail that makes us comfortable with where we're going and what we're approving. My fear, like the mayor's on this one, is we're basically just saying, sure, whatever you think you need, regardless of whether you had to present it to us during these last few months, do whatever you want. So can I just get clarity on that? Do we get it for information purposes, or do we get it for approval?
Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
Okay, so in the conversations I had with Councillor Mason in advance of this meeting, I think his intention, the wording is fairly clear. My interpretation of it is that before I post a staffing action, I advertise a position, I would provide an information report to council 2 weeks in advance of the posting. That would allow anybody on council to ask questions and actually raise an issue, bring forward a notice of motion to stop it, I suppose, or to do something otherwise. So that's my interpretation of the motion as it now stands. And basically what it means, to the mayor's point, the 1.25, and the reason that we have to consider the subsequent year, because if you're hiring permanent positions, this 1.25 will likely fund up to 15 professional positions. And the reason the 1.25 is there is because I don't expect, even if you approve 2.5, we would never spend the money in the current year, because we're already almost halfway into the fiscal year. And before we ever get these positions filled, we'll be well into halfway, or perhaps more. So they'll not all be filled at the same time. We still have to do a fair bit of due diligence on all the positions and have conversations with executive directors. As I mentioned in the last budget meeting we had on this subject. You know, once we had a full appreciation from all the business units, what their positions are, and then again today with planning and development, so council approving the additional positions in planning and development, that has carry on or knock on effect on everybody else. We need to take our time to make sure we get it right, make sure we have the knock on right. So next year, of course, if you hire, let's say we hired 15 positions this year, as for a case in point, then next year the full impact of that would be felt and baked into the budget, into the business unit budgets, right? So that's why the motion is worded as it is. You know, if we hire full-time positions this year, they're obviously going to have to be baked into the budget next year. And this is just a recognition of that fact. Should council agree to this approach?
Thank you, Mr. Dubé. I appreciate that. Two things very quickly, Mr. Chair. One, totally digging Jacques' outfit today. That's a great color on you. Second is I can't support that. So what I would suggest is if there are positions required, you could just put the same plan together, come to council, get mid-year funding through reserves, and then put it in the budget and bake it for next year. And so those are options too. So given our process, I like the fact that we are approving the plans we have in front of us. I can't approve a plan that isn't a plan. So I appreciate that and I understand it, but my preference would be to have a plan come forward first before we approve it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I too agree with the 1.25 million for this year. For all the reasons that were mentioned. My concern is also for next year. So, you know, I asked the mover if he's interested in, can we break it out to vote on the 1.25 and the 225 or have a different motion? Because if we can't, well, then I am in a situation where I can't support the motion as it's written. I'm okay with the 1.25 for this year, but as Councillor clearly just mentioned, you know, I would like to see you know, the business units include, if they need more staff next year, they should be including it in their budget and debating that far in the early part of the budget process for next year. So I'll see what Councillor Mason has to say, but if it stays as is, unfortunately, I can't support it. I do request we either break it out or just alter the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trades, would you like to weigh in on this?
Mr. Chair, and to you, to the members of the committee. Yeah, the motion can be split in two and voted on as a part A and a part B, given the way that it's crafted, if you so desire.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councillor Mancini has turned off his video. Okay. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, the way I understand this, ideally, it would be set up as Councillor Mancini's talked about, that it would just be built into all the business units as they come forward. But we're not quite there right now. This is a placeholder fund for staffing. I agree it shouldn't be a blank slate, and so I think the amendment does that, where the CEO will have to notify council before he's posting jobs, giving us the opportunity to say, whoa, we don't want that. It would be nicer if it was more of a comprehensive plan that came forward saying, look, here's the piece, but I recognize what the CEO has said about, you know, different chunks of this are probably going to come together at different times. I'm a little confused as to, you know, what the real objection is to building this into next year's budget. I mean, we do that all the time with staffing. We just put 15 planners this morning into our budget list for this year, which they are going to be ongoing salaries. They're not going to work for free next year. So, I mean, that is a multi-year budget commitment. So I kind of don't understand if you're going to vote to put the money into the budget now, why there would be a problem with having that placeholder in place for next year, given that every year we go through this process, have the discussion, council has the ability to pass motions. We always have the ability to off-ramp, right? The biggest objection, I think, to this as it was originally envisioned was that it was a bit of a blank check. And so to me, I think the amendment does that. So I'm a little confused just as to what the actual issue is in terms of saying, okay, well, we want to do this. We think this is a priority. What is the problem with having signposting that in advance for staff that, yeah, we don't want to hire people for 6 months. These are going to be ongoing commitments. So you should be budgeting for next year as well. That's just me. So right now I don't have a problem with the motion. I'm a little mystified, just other than that this is just, you know, a little bit different than how we normally do things. But from a staffing point of view, it's exactly the same as we always do things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, from the beginning, this was one of the things that was said was this is our first time looking at something like this. This is not a process that we usually do. So I find that rather interesting. But for a point of clarity, if the motion is split and it's 1.25 for 1 year, are these bargaining unit positions, would they be management positions? Would we be held under, then is it a term position? Term positions are much more difficult to fill, to fill, sorry, can't speak today. So a term position is more difficult to fill as opposed to thinking that it's a permanent position. So I guess I just wonder on that nuance of whether or not it's bargaining unit, term, and then what the employment contract then would look like. So I'm a little fearful of that, how that would influence the decision today. The other question that I might have would be, yes, it's difficult to just say, here's an amount of money and do it at what you need to. And I fully respect that the only employee of this council is the CAO, and then by our governance model, the Auditor General. So I respect that work, and there are so many strategies. I am always complimenting the staff because I do think that they do a phenomenal job and do need to be resourced well, because a lot of the times that complaints happen, it's because we don't have the capacity. So this is a question to add capacity. And so I do appreciate that coming forward. So there you go. My two questions around the employment contract, what it might look like and who it affects. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Dubé.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Thanks for the question. So the positions that are being contemplated are actually professional positions, professional technical positions, right? So most of those, some of those would be a mix of both bargaining and non-bargaining. So you have what we call P positions, which are technical, specialized. Many of those are bargaining positions. Some of those, and of course others, would be professional positions. And those professional positions may not be necessarily bargaining positions. By their very nature, and for the very reason we're doing this, is not to have term positions in here. This is actually capacity that we need to actually deliver on council's 103 prior plans and priorities that you have, right, that are out there, to your point. So, you know, when we look at the breadth of the work that's being, the expectations and the breadth of the work that council expects us to deliver on, and looking at the additional positions that are already been approved by you know, theoretically approved by council in the budget, as Mayor points out, there's about 60 positions there. These are positions, when you look at all the knock-on effects of those positions, these are the positions that we need in order to be able to deliver on all the work that's being contemplated, right, by the new staff, by the existing business units, to address all of the priorities and action and strategies and policies that council has asked that I deliver on with the team. So at the end of the day, these cannot be term positions. These, you know, we would not hire these folks for 6 months. You know, to Councillor Austin's point, we have to, if we're going to hire folks to address, to fix the problem we're trying to fix, it has to be baked into the budget at a certain level this year, recognizing that we're not going to hire them all mid-year, perhaps some would be in the last quarter, and then the total cost of that would then be baked into the budget, baked into the business unit budgets next year, right, on that basis. Hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to step out of the chair for a minute. I don't see any other speakers who have wanted to speak for the first time. So I'm going to step out of the chair and speak to this motion, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind assuming the chair. I'm not going to be able to support this motion in the 2.25 as was originally presented. or in the 1.25 and then 2.25 afterwards, as has been revised. There are a lot of reasons for it, not the least of which is it came to us as an ask for $2.25 million to hire some people without any other parameters around it. We had to have an amendment to get the briefing note about it. This is the only documentation that we've got about it. The rest of it is conversation. We don't have any formal structure. We don't have any formal plan. As the mayor has pointed out, we go through an incredibly rigorous process, more rigorous than the other levels of government, to make sure that we are doing the best that we can to hold ourselves accountable for the money that we're spending, that is the taxpayers. And this is saying, let's just hire 15 people, assuming we hire those 15 people at the beginning of the year. Let's just hire 15 people. The following year, they'll be baked into the budget. The following year, there is an extra capacity for 15 people who would then be baked into the budget. That's assuming that those 15 people are hired at the beginning of the year. That's when you've got 12 months of salary. If you hire them 9 months into the year, then taking that same 15 people, you're able to hire 60 people for that amount of money. And then we would just bake them into the budget the following year. I can't support this because there's no structure around it. We don't have an administrative order, and ideally, I would like to see something like that. With a lot of other processes, you set a plan in place, you set direction or guidelines or rules in place so that you can then amend them later on, you can change them, and if need be, you can cancel them. We're doing everything based on a conversation here. We will have to refer to the minutes of this meeting in order to be able to go back and see exactly what the parameters were. It's 15 people for a full year. Some of them will be professional technical people. Some of them are bargaining and non-bargaining. They are to increase the capacity. That says to me that some of them have already been planned, and we don't have a plan for them. It was mentioned that that 2-week grace period would allow us to bring a notice of motion to stop it. So we would then bring a notice of motion to the next council meeting 2 weeks later. Then we would debate it 2 weeks later. By that time, the posting has already gone out. And I don't know if we would be able to withdraw that posting once it's already gone out. I just see that what we're doing is setting up a structure where we are setting ourselves up to follow an incredibly rigorous process, a huge set of pretty stringent rules. And we now have this coming in at the 11th hour that says, here's some money. There are no rules around it. We've seen nothing. And without an administrative order, something like that, without some degree of structure, I'm just not going to be able to vote for this in any capacity. It is also, in the original ask, the highest item, the highest cost item that we were looking at. The next highest cost item was the enhanced sidewalk clearing, reducing it from 48 hours to 24 hours. And that was $2 million. This was $2.25 million. If we go to the revised motion, then the third highest cost item was the MDF subsidy program for $1.7 million. This is higher than the top 2 or 3 items on the list. I just can't do it. Pretty much no matter how it's sliced. If it were to come back, if there was a report and it brought forward an administrative order, then yes, probably. Not in the current format. And I'm going to
Councillor.
end my comments there. So thank you very much.
With 22 seconds left to spare. Resuming the chair.
I thank you very much. I was keeping an eye on my phone as well. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and lots of great comments made here. I'm going to propose that we've had a good conversation here in the spirit. I think we understand. We're supportive. We have some concerns. We'd like a little bit more chance to make sure we're doing our due diligence here on behalf of our customers, our residents, our taxpayers, etc. So I'm going to see if the amendment that might help move this along would be to require that the CAO provide council with a report detailing the proposed staffing resource plan for council approval prior to the posting. Don't we read that again?
I would
Councilor Cleary.
I would appreciate that. I would also appreciate confirmation that Budget Committee can request a report for council.
I think we're setting the process. Yeah.
Councillor Othit, if you wouldn't mind reading that.
I will. And so the amendment would be that we require the CAO to provide council with a report detailing the proposed Stafford resource plan for council approval, and this would be prior to posting.
Just to confirm, Councillor Othit, is that a amendment that you're moving and seconded by, I believe, I heard Councillor Cleary?
That's correct. Yep. Thank you, Ian.
Okay. I think we're on the amendment now, and thank you for
That's friendly.
So I think that provides us a little bit of comfort, a little bit more of just make sure we're doing our due diligence. And if situations have changed, you know, the economy has changed or whatever, the backlog has changed, whatever, we'd have a chance to discuss that with Jacques before things were posted. But just a little added comfort here, because I think overall we're headed in the right direction, but we want to make sure we're fulfilling our obligation as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That amendment has been posted into the chat. Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the amendment, just for clarity, if that should get approved, does that then necessitate that the 1.25 and then ongoing then becomes part of the budget, and then it does affect our tax bills? So does that mean that this money actually gets allocated then into this budget? Maybe Jane can help me with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the councillor. So you can do it a couple of ways, actually. We can put it in, it's slated to, the recommendation was for it to go into fiscal services. So that is a contingency area. So it could go in the budget. If that was the case, detransfer tax would be the recommended funding source. Or if it was council's wish or committee's wish to wait until the plan comes back to regional council, what we would do is find a source, probably from operating reserve, to fund this in the fiscal 21-22 year. And then what would happen in 22-23 and beyond, it would become part of the wage model and would go against the tax rate.
So in this meeting, we have to make that clear in the decision making about where the revenue source comes from?
Through Mr. Chair, so I would just need to know if you're willing to have it put in the budget this year. I'll find the source now, which would be recommended detransfer tax. If you want to wait until the report comes back, in the report, it would designate the funding source for fiscal 21-22.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. I'm not clear on if this is a friendly amendment or if it has to be voted on. And I see John Traves has popped up. Go ahead, Mr. Traves.
I think, Mr. Chair, I heard the mover indicate that he considered it as a friendly amendment, recognizing that, you know, we have no process to amend amendments, or else we'll end up in a situation that we'll have a difficult time getting out of.
Okay. If that is a friendly amendment, then we are working on the same speakers list, and I do appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Then we are working on the I missed that, Councillor Rithett.
I said I am fine. It's with it being friendly, and that moves things along. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we are back on the list of speakers then, with it being a friendly amendment. We're back on the list of speakers that we had for the motion, and the next person speaking is Councillor Mason.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you, Councillor Outhit, for moving that and the amendment. The motion does say funding from deed transfer tax, so that should provide some comfort to Councillor Daigle-Gammon's question. As far as I just went right out of my head. There's just so many moving parts on this. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, we could also say put the money aside in reserve. We could say fund it out of a reserve. Like, there's a million different ways to get to where we're going. I think it's more clear to the public that we intend to do these to staff up for these critical projects mid-year, than to wait till mid-year and then do a budget adjustment then. So I ask council to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if you wanted to speak on this motion. I believe you did. Yes, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to speak on the amendment as well, but if it's a friendly, it's already in the motion. So just on this, first of all, it's a bit of a misnomer to say it was funded out of deed transfer. That would be like saying it's funded out of property tax or transit revenue. The deed transfer goes into the revenue that we all have, and then there's only one pot of revenue. The fact that we're adjusting the deed transfer doesn't change that. My concern, I sometimes disagree with Councillor Austin, but I certainly never questioned his motives and very seldom question his logic. But I certainly disagree that this isn't any different than the planning positions. We have a list of the planning positions: 3 planner ones, 3 assistant building officials, 3 compliance officers, 1 senior program. You know, the 3 planner ones are going to cost $241,800. That's very specific, and tells us exactly what we're funding. So I think that the motion is better with the amendment of Councillor Outhit. I still can't support that. We're basically saying, okay, we will allow 2.25 million annualized income going forward. And to me, that's too much. This is a new thing to allow that much money, which will have a big impact on the tax rate. Or you can call it whatever you want, or take money out of reserves for something else that we might want to invest it in, is too much. And my preference would have been 1.1 million or 1.25 million in annualized income, as opposed to sort of, this is basically what Jacques had asked for before, and I get why he wants to do it. And I certainly don't question the need. For me, it's a bridge too far. I would prefer to start at a lower number and see how it goes this year. But that's where I am on it, and you know, people vote whichever way you feel. Just understand it's got an impact on the tax rate. No question about that. We may say it's coming out of deed transfer. There's one pot of money that we have in the municipality. Everything feeds into it, and so this is a big ask for me. I love our staff. I think the direction that Jacques and Jane give to our staff is amazing. It's not a mark against them. It's just a little too much for me at this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm more comfortable with this, with the amendment. In fact, I was just working on my own to basically do what Councillor Outhit did, that we approve it. And that is to say, essentially, and for this current year, to the mayor's point, it would only have a potential impact of 1.25 and a potential impact in future years if those positions are permanent. But with us approving them, they don't have to be permanent. In fact, if the plan comes forward and we don't believe as a council that that's necessary, we get to say no to it. And that's where the line for me was drawn. I absolutely, and for example, to the mayor's point to Councillor Austin about the planner positions, we did have a level of detail there and an explanation on why they were needed and what the impact would be by adding those staff. And we obviously agreed to say, yes, let's put them in. With this one, it was a matter of, look, council, we know you've got a lot of big priorities and I want to get moving on them, but I don't know yet who those people are or how they're going to work, but give me some money and I'll bring it back to you. That for me was unacceptable. Could not vote for that. The way the amendment is now is essentially saying, Council, I recognize your priorities. I'm going to bring a plan back for each of these positions, or however they come to us. And you get to say yes or no to them. And so essentially it is like us putting it in a reserve right now. And when the positions come forward, we can say yes or no, and either the money gets spent or it doesn't. And I'm comfortable with that because we can say no to these if we think they're not worthwhile positions. So I will support this motion now with that amendment because we can say no as a council, and I'm okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers to this motion for the CAO staffing requirements. Councillor Cuddle, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just have, I guess, a question. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around all of this. And I have a question in regards to how this impacts taxes. So this year we're going to have the 1.25 set aside. We may or may not use it. If we don't use it, where does it go? And what is the impact on the tax, on the taxes for people?
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the impact, the 1.25 million, the impact on the average residential tax bill is an increase of $4.32. So if you hire staff at 6 months in this fiscal year, so in September, they're full-time staff, the impact on for next year will be $2.5 million in increased wage salaries. That would be part of the budget that gets built then.
And if we don't spend the money, we're still charging taxpayers if we pass this, the taxpayers will still be charged the amount. And what happens to the money if we don't use it?
So if we don't use the money, then it falls to the bottom line to form a surplus, assuming all things are equal, that there aren't overages in other areas of the budget. So this year it's really unusual this year because typically when we go through the bell list, I haven't identified a big pot of money. So because of the revision to detransfer tax, what we will be doing is using that additional $13.5 million to offset this. So really what this is doing is chewing away at the extra $13.5 million in revenue.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's confusing.
I think I understand that a little better now, so thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, I think, for the CAO, if we could get a bit more detail on what you're hoping to do with new staff, specifically related to Halifax plan. Is this about coastal protection? Is it about conservation? Are there particular areas that we're understaffed in now that you would like to see addressed through this funding? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor, and through Mr. Chair to the Councillor. So when you think, I think your question was about Halifax and what if any of this money is going to be used for Halifax in particular. So Kelly and her team, as you know, have baked into their budget some additional staffing around Halifax, and I don't have the numbers that fit at my fingertips right at the moment, but there is staffing in there for Halifax. Over the coming, but Halifax is not unique or not outside of the realm of possibilities of adding more staff to Halifax as we do the analysis. So, when we look at all of the, all of the increased pressures, the growth pressures we're having, and other strategic initiatives, they require additional expertise and capacity. We just can't tell you right away what that looks like, what it will look like at the moment. We have the implementation of the Green Network Plan, for example. The purchase of parkland requires positions with expertise in parkland policy and land assessments, electrification of the fleet. requires subject matter experts with design and operations and experience in that area. Rapid transit requires, transportation planning expertise, technical experts, to name a few. Give you an example. I was speaking to Dave Reedy the other day, and I said, Dave, we need to move the Burnside project, the Burnside new electric Burnside garage forward. And to the extent that we can get federal provincial money for that, we're probably going to need to hire a couple of extra bodies to project manage that and start pulling together the detailed design and all of that. So we'll likely need, project management skills, engineers, technicians, landscape architects, active transportation experts, and across a number of areas, right? So, as these projects sort of become more complex, there's a need for a finance staff with experience in complex financing. When we go and look at major federal and provincial funding, we need folks to help business units, operational business units, pull together the applications and do all the financial, things that need to happen. There's always a knock-off effect on legal. Do we or do we not need more staff around that to support what's happening in other business units? Real estate staff, integrated mobility plan is a major piece of work. That's going to probably require real estate staff and some legal support. And whether or not we have the capacity now, given all the other pressures we have in legal and real estate, is unknown to me, but we have to have those conversations. So, I guess that's a long answer to answer your question, but I think at the end of the day, the resourcing plan will be targeted to hiring accountants, legal expertise, human resource professionals, engineers, technicians, transportation and traffic expertise, policy experts, within the Halifax piece, perhaps, landscape architects, project managers, real estate officers, procurement consultants. They'll have to be adjusted as required, right? So that's how we've thought about this so far. And I recognize this is new, but, I would be not doing my job if I didn't tell you that I was trying to tell you that, given all of the pressures that we have, plus all the strategies and expectations that council has in relation to your policies and priorities, that we can deliver on all those with existing staffing levels, I would be wrong. I would be misleading you. And I can appreciate the mayor's comments saying, this is not how we normally do business, but of course it isn't. But I think with the motion that's on the floor, with the amendment, we'll certainly come back to you with a more fulsome plan, and that will take us 2-3 months. And to Jane's point, the 1.25 may or may not be all spent this year, given just simply because of timing. And by the time we get a report to council, by the time we get actual staffing actions going and how people actually put in place, we may or may not hire all of those folks, right? So I don't know if that's maybe a long-winded answer, but hopefully that helps. Thank you.
It does. Thanks for that level of detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on that, Jacques. So what I'm hearing here is, and of course I'm paraphrasing, that we have all of these plans which have not been adequately resourced. Halifax is one, Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Wilderness Area, another commitment that was made a long time ago and has been delayed for a number of reasons. I guess what I'm asking you here is, the intent of this is to be able to build capacity, increase, our efficiency, and resource more appropriately, so we can tick off some of these things and get closer to the goals that we had set out quite some time ago as a council and as a municipality. So can you give me assurances that if this is approved today, we will see this train steamrolling faster and reaching our goals, and things like Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Wilderness Area will be resourced better. I do see Parks and Rec in here, so I just want clarification from you and an assurance that that is on the list to move ahead. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Lovelace. Certainly Parks and Rec is an area where there are knock-off effects, not only major initiatives like Blue Mountain Birch Cove, but just things that planning and development are doing. For example, in their work, if they add more planners, then of course they're going to have more parkland issues and consultations and all that, right? So that's a definite thing. So I'll give you another example. When council approved the Moving Forward Together plan, the consultant at the time said it was going to cost me $200 million to implement. That was not, we didn't actually have the financial plan in place. We just knew that there was, it was an unfunded thing. And of course, now we're starting to see that Moving Forward Together plan is important, and we're actually rolling it out. Blue Mountain Birch Cove, very similar, right? Blue Mountain Birch Cove is an important piece, important project. We live in this area right in the middle of the city, and we're rolling out to the best of our ability. Richard Harvey is performing miracles, quite honest, in terms of working with real estate to actually try to acquire lands and have conversations with folks and all that. And that cannot accelerate without additional resources within that business unit, right? We can do what we can do at the moment, and we've done a lot. And I'll acknowledge that we have a lot of things that we've done around Blue Mountain Birch Cove. We've completed a number of transactions. There's so much more to do, right? So, and I can't commit to you that we can meet the expectations that are out there with the same resources we have now.
Okay, thank you. That I appreciate that, and I will note that the Premier today has just announced an extension from provincial government to Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lake. So they're with us as a partner, and I do think that we just need to step up. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I hope you can hear me over the rain on my roof.
Yes, we can.
Good. This is so interesting, really. All of these plans that were approved, but not resourced, or not resourced to the extent that is required. So the whole spirit of this, I actually understand. And as I had said before, adding to capacity, that's going to, get us to the goals of all these strategies and plans is a good thing. But I am curious when Councillor Cleary said, that we can say no. We can say no, but we have already asked the taxpayers to pay for it. And if they aren't used, then as our CFO said, then it builds a surplus or a reserve. So that is a consideration that you need to take in, I guess. And then the other thing is that, yes, there's a D-transfer tax. We could also use that D-transfer tax to, it's not that we need to pay it down, but we could also use it to hold taxes or not reduce taxes. So that we have to, I believe, consider that as a filter when we're making the decisions. I think that's really important. And so if the motion gets split, I can see easily how I can vote, on year one. I'm a little concerned that it is an automatic in future years, not knowing exactly where they're going to go. And how, as a council, we're committed to those kinds of contracts and positions. But I also really do appreciate, Mr. Dubé, the clarity that you gave around the technical bargaining and non-bargaining and the ripple effect from one department to another. So I really do appreciate it. And it's nice to hear that, because then when we're at budget next time and I'm listening to all of these business units talking, then it's going to be a lot easier to put that puzzle together. So I appreciate the clarity that you gave us on that. And I guess I just really needed to say that, yes, there's a surplus from D-transfer tax, and how we use it is really important to taxpayers. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really appreciate the discussion here. And Jacques, he said long-winded, but I thought it was thorough. I'll be nicer. And I do want to just, I'm trying to be a voice of reality and reason here, and not trying to be negative, but I mean, we hear about these projects and it always makes me it gets me excited, but it also makes me nervous when we talk about BRT and we talk about ferries and we talk about Park Act land acquisition, etc. It's still dependent on us having the money to buy the land. It's still dependent on us having willing sellers. BRT and ferry are still dependent on the other levels of government coming up with 2/3 or more of the money for this. So there's two reasons why I mentioned this. One is to make sure we realize that these are not, though these plans are approved, they are not funded yet. And some of the funding for these things are very dependent on other people, i.e. other levels of government. And secondly, Jacques, if some of these things weren't to happen, I mean, as much as I absolutely love BRT and IMP and what we need for ferries and whatnot, but if the province and the feds say no, there's a good chance these things aren't going to happen. So there has to be that balance, about what we hire and who we hire and when, on the assumption that these projects are going ahead and be funded, first of all, and secondly, no guarantee that they're going to happen. Now, I hope they happen. I agree we need to have the people in place to make them happen, and I support, particularly now with the amendment of this, but I just hope that we're setting expectations to ourselves and those listening that these projects aren't all guaranteed if we don't have willing sellers and if we don't have building partners. So, Jacques, I don't know if you want to, maybe that's all redundant and given, but if you want to address that, that would be great. But I'm just a little worried sometimes that we've hired the people so that, geez, that means we are getting BRT. We are going to have the park within a year or two. We are going to have, some of these things are going to take a decade. A lot of these things are going to take a decade. So anyway, my 2 cents. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to to the Deputy Mayor. So a couple of points here. Absolutely. Many of these are longer term strategies, and we need capacity. Halifax didn't happen in a year. I think when I got here in 2016, we started the process, and we, 5 years later, a little over 4 years later, we have a plan. So it takes time to actually develop, and then it's going to take 10 years to actually achieve the targets we're doing. So it's going to take. It's a body contact sport, what we're in, right? So it takes people to make these things happen and deliver on them. The other thing is, and it's not just about the major strategies and major funding, the funding that may come from the federal and provincial governments. This is also about what do I call the bread and butter of the business, which is really council's requirements, right? So council has asked us for over 200 staff reports, right? I hear continuously complaints from councillors saying, where's my staff report? Why can't I get it sooner? So, again, I go back to the expectations. If we're to deliver on all of these special projects, the major things that may attract federal provincial funding, if we're to be able to provide a reasonable level of work in time to think at our staff level, right? We have a lot of staff who are under a lot of pressure right now, or are weary for a number of reasons, right? So I'm thinking about the staff. I'm thinking about, what's reasonably what can we reasonably expect in terms of output, given all of the pressures that I named already. Then yeah, we need additional support at this time. And to the extent that I'll bring back a report to council, I'll outline that in greater detail to you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon has mentioned, whether or not this should be funded this year. I think, from Jane and I, my perspective and Jane, so that we're looking at this from a prudent fiscal management perspective. So if we all agree that we need additional capacity, then we should be funding the, current year's expenditures under current year's revenue. If we don't spend it, it goes straight back into the reserves through a transfer from the operating surplus at the end of the year. So. That's just a frugal and conservative, fiscally prudent way to do things. You can certainly take it out of the reserves, mid-year if you wish, but that's not the advice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, where Jacques finished is a good place to jump off of, because I realized that maybe it wasn't entirely clear just from the mayor's comments about my particular take on this. I mean, this is different than hiring planners in terms of the planning department extras were all nicely mapped out. Right. And so then we agreed, yes, let's add that to the list. That becomes an ongoing cost because there are staff that are going to be paid in an ongoing way. So, that's the normal thing. What's different here is we don't exactly know who these positions are. But if we take that piece aside, they are staff. So to me, this kind of comes down to, two choices. If you're not comfortable putting money into the budget this year for hiring staff, okay, well then let's not put it into the budget this year or next year. If, however, you are comfortable putting money into the budget this year with which I think is an appropriate amendment that has been made to this, of having Jacques come back to council and say, well, this is how I'm going to spend that. Well, why would we not prudently budget for that ongoing cost in the following year? Like, I can understand saying, well, you know what, I'm not quite comfortable with this right now, so I don't want to add this to the budget this year or next. I can understand, okay, I'm okay with the fact that the CEO has to come back to us, so I'm going to budget it for this year and next. But I'm struggling with is what splitting the ticket and putting money into the budget this year, but not prudently budgeting for that ongoing cost and next year on the assumption that we would be doing that then too. Why we would kind of split the difference in a halfway sort of way. To me, well, we're either going to put this in the budget and plan to do this, or we're not going to put this in the budget and plan not to do this. And we'll have further discussions with our CEO as we go along. Like, to split this up like that, I mean, I just don't get the logic. I can see one or the other, but the kind of doing it halfway just seems weird to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle.
Hi. Yeah, it seems a little strange to me too. What I don't understand is that if we pass this now and we have the hires, wouldn't the ongoing funding be baked in? And why do we need to put in an additional 2.25 in this fund? I don't quite understand that. If someone could explain, please.
I see Ms. Fraser. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So if the staff are funded this year, or if it's funded and staff are hired this year, it will go in the budget next year because it will be an ongoing commitment. What we're saying is that it's that recognition of the fact that if you make a commitment for that in fiscal 21-22, there are impacts for the rest of the fiscal outlook. So that's what that is really what the impact of that is. You will have to have those positions funded in the budget going forward if they're permanent positions.
Okay, I mean, I understand that. It just, kind of looks like it means an additional 2.5 next year for more hires or something on top of what's budgeted. But okay, I think I don't quite understand why it's done that way, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
So I wrote it that way because in the past, when we've talked about just the money that's needed this year and not mention the money that would be needed ongoing, then not me, but others have been accused of dishonesty, right? Because it will be more if you do a mid-year hire and then the following year it's going to be, the cost isn't 1.25 million ongoing. So I actually noticed that in the posted version that Ian put there, he's cleared that up to say 2.25 million in subsequent years instead of just in next year, just so it's clear that it's just talking about how it does escalate once they're hired up and they've been there for a full year.
Thank you. We have no further speakers. So the question, Councillor Mancini, I'm not sure if you have a question.
I do, Mr. Chair. So I still need clarification on the 2.25. So we just heard why the Councillor Mason put it in, but I guess maybe Jane can explain to me if we just approve the 1.25 million. And we don't have in the motion any reference to the 2.25. So what happens with the next number of years? How does that work with staff? So that, because this is ongoing, whatever, I don't know how many people 1.25 million hires, but whatever the number of people that hires, and we approve that part, they're going to be ongoing year after year. So I'm still not clear on what, I guess my two questions are, what happens if we don't include, if we vote, we break it out and we don't vote for the 2.25 million, what impact does that have? If someone can explain that.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the councillor. So the impact in the outgoing year. So your first question is around the 1.25 and what that means. So the assumption behind that is that we're going to start to hire people later in this fiscal year.
Right.
Right.
I understand.
So yeah. So when you annualize that, so convert that to a full year's cost, that's where the impact is going to be in 22-23. So the impact on 22-23 will depend on the positions that are hired and the rate that they come in. So when the report comes back from the CAO, what it will have in there, I expect, is, we're going to be hiring these types of positions. Typically, there's salary ranges within this. The impact going when it's fully funded, if you will, is Y. So that's how it will be presented. I think Councillor Mason's intention with the way the motion was, if I understand his point of clarification just now, was simply to illustrate to the council and public that if we do this this year at 1.25, that depending on when people are hired, that is going to have an impact in the out years, and it could be as much as double that.
But we don't necessarily need to put that 2.25 in the motion. I mean, if we voted and we separated these items and we voted yay for these 1.25 and nay for the 2.25, we're still proceeding with the staff, with the hiring of staff, and then next year that'll be put in front of us at budget time, right? Is that correct?
Correct. And what you will see in the report that comes back on May 4th for ratification is the ongoing impacts. So there'll be some assumptions around any of these items that are ongoing, and the fiscal plan impacts of that will be presented as well.
And so other than making a point, we really, the 2.25 is not really needed in the motion. Yeah, that's the way I read it.
Not from a finance point of view. I see John, I see the solicitors here.
Okay, thank you, Jane.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Treves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I guess it comes back to Councillor Mason's intent, and my challenge is that in my earlier advice may have been too hasty in terms of being able to split these into a Part A and Part B. If in fact the initial cost, and I don't see the motion here, I have to bring it back down a bit, of great. Where is it? Right. So what I'm hearing from Ms. Fraser is 1.25 million is the cost this year, but it will actually be on the outgoing years 2.25 once it's staffed up. And so in the circumstances, it probably needs to be both A and B to truly reflect what in fact will be the case. And I think that from my understanding of what Ms. Fraser said and what I'm hearing is actually the intent, that the reduced amount of 1.25 is simply reflective of the fact that not all those positions will be filled this year, assuming that they go forward. So that's the challenge with it.
But
Councillor Mancini, you are out of time. Would you mind coming back again? Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I thought if the motion was separated and if it was 1.25 in the first year, then maybe it would be half the positions. And then next year, there might be a request then to say, having done just the 1.25, we could do this many positions. This is how they were used. And then in the following years, there might be an HR plan or a budget ask that increases the positions that would be needed. So maybe Mr. Treves, if you could clarify that for me, that would be great. But may I also say that your sound is very low. And I've turned my hearing aids up, so I don't think it's that.
I'll come closer. I've tried to blow the microphone out a couple times. So, Councillor Damon, your approach was the way I understood it at first, but in effect, it's not that there will be half the positions filled in this year. It's that the positions will only be filled for half the year. And so that becomes the challenge, because annualized on an ongoing basis, they would be $2.25 million. So that's the pit I misheard when I had suggested we could split it in half. In reality, what Councillor Mason's motion recognizes is that those positions will not all be filled at the beginning of the year. In fact, the positions will only be filled for half a year and hence half the cost. And if I'm wrong in that, Ms. Fraser can happily correct me, but she's smiling. I think I'm correct now.
Okay, I thought it was the envelope of money, so thank you very much.
I'm going, Councillor Lovelace, you go ahead, and then I'm going to step out of the chair for a second. But Councillor Lovelace, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So it's been a really good conversation. I think, one of the things that we've done is not adequately resourced for some of the bigger projects and special projects that we hope to do. And so my understanding here is that, if we look at our outlook, our fiscal outlook, it's not just for 1 year, it's multiple years. And so what I'm hearing from Jane is that, certainly we can look at that 6 months kind of period to bring these new staff in to help accelerate, reaching our goals. But at the same time, we also have subsequent years that we need to address. And so we have to adequately, resource those. And so I don't see why we would need to split this budget. I think if we do, and we don't add in the subsequent years, that, it's not just for next year, but it's year and year over, then we're doing exactly what's happened before, which is saying, okay, well, we'll add this in, but we're not going to adequately resource it. So I think we have to just jump in and do it. Our residents expect that. We have plans that we need to get going, and the delay is one of the biggest complaints that I receive. And so I'm going to support this, and I think we just need to adequately resource the staff so we can reach the goals that we have set out in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to step out of the chair, as I said, for just a second. And Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind, thank you very much. My understanding of this at the beginning was that to present a scenario, let's hire 3 people, person A, B, and C. We hire person A in March, and they are employed for 9 months of the year. We hire person B in June, and they're employed for 6 months of the year. We hire person C in September, they're employed for 3 months of the year. All 3 of those positions would then be folded into the budget. And I just realized I'm using a calendar year, not a fiscal year. All 3 of those positions would then be folded into the budget in the following fiscal year. We would then be free to hire 15 net new positions on April 1st of the following budget year, because we would be looking at a brand new $2.25 million that would allow that capacity of hiring those 15 new positions in the first fiscal year. I'm seeing some head shake. So Mr. Dubé, I would appreciate clarification on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So great question. Here's why the motion was crafted the way it was. Positions are all the money is for all the same positions, not 15 net new next year. So what we're saying here is that there would be 15 positions, budgeted 15 positions, and the reduced amount of money is to reflect that the positions would not be hired all at once. In fact, likely very few would be hired for 6 months. Most of them would be hired for less than 6 months this year. So that 1.25 would be to accommodate the cost for those positions this year. The 2.25 is actually for the same positions, but the full costing of them in the second subsequent year. That's why that's that way. There's no license here. There's no request to actually add another 15 positions next fiscal year. It's the same money for the same positions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That differs from the way I remembered it from when this first came to the floor. So I appreciate that very much. I'm going to, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, with your permission, I'm going to step back into the chair.
Please do.
Thank you. Councillor Mason had asked to speak for just 10 seconds. So go ahead, Councillor Mason, just before Councillor Mancini.
Like all the other, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Like all the other over and under motions today, I'm making a motion based on the business, the briefing note, which is based on the presentation. So the number of positions was in the staff presentation, 15 positions, as Jacques just said. And I also, as another councillor pointed out, the reality is all positions are budgeted from year to year. Council can, and in fact has made cutbacks before, right? So like, the amount of money and the amount of positions isn't my choice. It's just a matter of how we're going to enable the discussion to bring those forward and whether or not we're going to fund them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a really important decision we're making here today, and I want to make sure I'm crystal clear on it. And Councillor Lovelace said residents want us to jump in. The residents also want us to be fiscally responsible. So, aren't all positions budgeted from year to year? I think that's what Councillor Mason just said. They are. Earlier today, we approved, I think it was 10 positions within the planning and development. There was no reference to following year. So I still don't understand why we need to have the 2.25 million as part of this motion. So I think, the 15 staff, we get started with it within the remaining year. Well, I'm still not clear why that's necessary to have the 2.25 million. And next year we come to budget time, depending where we are as a economy and as a municipality and COVID and all that, we could choose to add to that. Or as Councillor Mason just said, we can choose to cut staff. So again, I still don't see the importance, the reason to have the 2.25 million in the motion.
Okay, would you like Ms. Fraser, Mr. Fraser, or the CAO?
Anybody, the janitor, anybody, try to make this clear for me. I don't care. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to answer your question, Councillor Mancini, if this is approved and the people are hired, the money will be in the budget for 22-23.
Right. I think we'd be done by this debate now. It's the 2.25 that's getting many of us confused. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
There. All right. Been mayor for 8 years. First time I've spoken 3 times on anything. So the only thing I want to say is to Councillor Mancini, there's no point splitting the motion. The motion is, if we approve the 1.25, you've approved the 2.25 going forward. We approved this morning 10 planners, but we were told the total cost of the 10 planners was $800,000. So I don't know if that includes fringe benefits and everything else, but that's the cost in the budget. Maybe some of those are later hires as well, and maybe that's not the annualized cost. But just to be clear, we are, if this passes, I will not support it. If this does pass, we are committing $2.25 million a year after this year into the budget, over and above everything that we've done so far. There's reasons for it, and the amendment makes it a lot more palatable. I'm just not going to support an extra $2.25 million for unidentified positions. That's my position. People feel free to make your own. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. So I'm going to hand it over to the clerk to go through the roll.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Blackburn.
We can't hear you. Lisa, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Try this, voting yes.
Ah, there we are. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So you're in favor?
Confirming, okay. I heard a yes vote from Councillor Blackburn.
That was a yes from me, yes.
Was a yes, okay.
District 15, Chair Russell.
Against?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Because I'm still uncomfortable voting against.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
You're muted, Way.
Sorry, for the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
By my count, that is 10 votes for and 7 votes against. Mr. Clerk, if you could confirm that.
That is the same number I have. 10 for, 7 against.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion, and the next speaker is the mayor. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I just have a question. Jane, when we started this process of the budget adjustment list summary with Councillor Blackburn, feels like it was before Christmas, but it was yesterday morning. The Discover Halifax Destination Management Integrated Tourism Master Plan Recovery was listed as one of her items, but we took that out, did we not? That has not been dealt with?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I want to move that we put that in the budget. We discussed this when Ross Jefferson was here. You know, we're doing okay as a municipality through COVID, and certainly the city's doing okay as we go through this budget process, but some aren't, and that tends to be the people who, the clients of Discover Halifax. And this integrated tourism master plan, which was presented to us, which is reflective of all of HRM, and speaks to the real needs of people in the hotel, motel, hotel, restaurant industry, and others. Those are real needs. This is a direct way that we can, in fact, support those who most need it. Yes, we can hold the line on tax and it helps everybody, but these are the people who really need it. And so I'm going to move that we include the $250,000 in the budget for Discover Halifax.
Thank you. That has been, I thought that was seconded by Councillor Mason, but
Sorry if I missed it.
no, that's all right. Thank you very much. If anybody would like to speak to that motion, please indicate that in the chat.
Question?
Okay, the question has been called. And just for the record, the motion itself is that the Budget Committee directs staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget within the addition, with the addition of $250,000 for Discover Halifax Destination Management Integrated Tourism Master Plan / COVID Recovery. And again, the question has been called, so over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Thank you. That motion passes. Councillor Cleary. We are back on the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have it drafted here, but essentially it would be that the Budget Committee directs staff to prepare the 21-22 budget with the addition of $2 million for enhanced transit stop clearing from 48 hours to 24 hours.
Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded. I wasn't sure if, I think that was Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And just very briefly on this, because we've actually talked about all of these before when we went into the parking lot and So we're spending a whole lot of time saying mostly the same things over and over again. But so this is a lot of money. I recognize that, and it's a lot of ongoing money. But if we're serious about modal shift and getting more people walking, more people taking transit, if we are serious about making our accessible buses truly accessible to people who need to get from a bus stop to a bus, then we have to do a better job clearing our transit stops. And so I'm going to just put it out there and say $2 million hopefully would be money well spent in making our city better during the winter, safer for everyone, and help us to make a greener Halifax and more sustainable Halifax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion on the floor is the $2 million for enhanced transit stop clearing. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to speak to this because I am supportive of it. I want to go on the record as sort of taking a page out of Councillor Hensby's book, that I do understand what's at play here around transit. I certainly do understand that those who have the benefit of transit have faced issues with that. We want our communities to be safe. We want them to have good experiences for sure. I know that this will be a tough pill to swallow for residents in the District 3 who are losing transit services, but also who have been championing for many, many years on it, and in particular around the Cow Bay Loop and between Cole Harbour and Eastern Passage, which I will be bringing forward in the future. But for sure, I support this because it's an important piece of delivering the service that we've committed to and that our residents deserve.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Outfit.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought there was somebody before me. I'm trying to get the camera going here too. Okay. So when this first came forward, I made the comment that I still stick with, that I hear more about people wanting shelters and better service than I do about the condition of the shoveling out. But I believe that to be the case still. I believe, and I'm wondering if Brad or somebody from TPW would be online, because we were sort of given the impression, unless memory is failing me, sort of in the conversation, that we were largely achieving 24 hours now without having to spend the extra $2 million. And I'm just wondering, I see Bev is there, maybe Brad, can someone just help us get a little bit more clarification? Because I get the spirit of this. We want it to be safe. We want it to encourage people to use transit, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't believe in throwing good money after bad if we're already most times achieving this already and not have to spend the $2 million or as much as $2 million. So Brad, can you provide me a little comfort?
Yes, through the chair. I certainly reference this. I don't recall using the word most of the time. What we do know is anecdotally from customers and through transit and through work we did through the KPMG study, that certainly at times we are meeting a 24-hour standard. What we do not have is any qualitative measurement of that. And so, unfortunately, I can't tell you what the delta is. What this is doing, this money does is basically put the insurance that it will be done, except in those very exceptional storms. So I apologize. That's the best we can do.
Well, thank you, Brad, and I appreciate that. I'm sort of struggling with this because there's two caveats here that scare me about this. One is that we may be achieving that many times, most of the times, whatever language I'll throw into it. And the other thing is, if we get a bad storm, we're not going to achieve it anyway. I think even in Montreal, it's supposed to have such great snow clearing and whatnot that they say after 35 centimeters or something, it could be 4 or 5 days, not 24 hours. So I'm really wondering if we're going to get our money's worth for this. I absolutely support the spirit of it, but the practical of this, I'm very, so we'll hear what others have to say, but I'm really worried that we are not going to see much of a change because it'll either happen already what's in place, or if it's a really bad storm, it's not going to happen anyway because the standards go out the window. Anyway, those are my concerns. I'll see what the colleague says to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yeah, what what Deputy Mayor just said pretty much echoes what I was thinking as well. And this question that I have is, I'm not sure if it's for Dave or for Brad, but that $2 million, does that include the total cost of what will be required equipment-wise to make this happen? I just, I just have a problem with buying all kinds of equipment to make sure this job is done within 24 hours and then just having that equipment sitting around idle because it's, either an impossible task with the the standards being thrown out the window with an exceptional storm, or I just wonder about that $2 million, whether that includes the cost of equipment that will be needed, or whether this is just staff that we're looking at here.
Go ahead, Mr. English.
Well, first of all, this is an estimate. As we say in the briefing notes, the majority of these residential sidewalks are done by contractors. So we will have to enter into negotiations with basically 6 service providers representing 11 individual contracts. Based on the rates that we see in the contracts, that's our best estimate of what they're going to come back with and what we'd be able to negotiate. Yes, that would be equipment included. As far as whether there's a few things we point out here. One, under this contract, we have to give 180 days notice. 2, if they do require extra equipment, that could be an issue right now. For those following the perils of COVID, supply chains, especially with vehicles, is severely disrupted. So, I want to keep putting my finger on the button of, if you make this decision, we will absolutely get out there and do this. We basically need to know right away if we're going to do it. We'll start negotiations. But certainly there's a risk that we may not be able to secure the contracts, either all of them or some of them. I want to highlight that. And again, our cost is our best estimate. As far as equipment sitting idle, look, I think our contractors are pretty seasoned here in Halifax. We're very fortunate to have a good group. And they're not going to buy the equipment if they don't think they need it. So I wouldn't be too worried about a lot of equipment sitting idle. However, as you know, our weather fluctuates significantly winter to winter, and that certainly could happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. No, appreciate that. That gives me some level of comfort, and I think I tend to agree that we're almost there now. And I don't see the level of return on this $2 million investment. So for that reason, I'm out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm out too. I'd like to see this $2 million go into safer bus stops. I'd like to see it go into more bus stops for District 13. We've got these, I can't even call them bus stops on the side of the road of Hammonds Plains Road. I know we're doing the best that we can to provide a space for the bus to stop to pick people up. But I can't support this. I don't think that, as Councillor Blackburn mentioned, there's really very much ROI in it. Obviously, from my perspective here in District 13, we just would like to have some bus service. No, I'm out. I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question for Brad. I was going to support this and still might, but some clarification might be helpful for me. So understanding what you just said regarding the negotiations, and that will depend on the cost. So two things. You said most of the bus stops are done by contractors. Do we have any hand crews or HRM staff that are doing bus stop clearance at all? if you're saying most of, and then the other question is, if we were to say up to $2 million, and depending on negotiations, that could mean that you might have to prioritize certain bus stops, like we have prioritized streets and sidewalks, et cetera, that could change how we look at spending the money. So I'm just wondering, yeah, one, do we have any HRM crews that are doing any clearing? And two, if we were to say up to, would that allow you to negotiate and then maybe come back to council at some point? I'm trying to see a way forward that might be more comfortable for folks.
Go ahead,
Great
Mr. English.
question. Yeah, great question, Councillor. I'll do my best. Look, negotiations are just that. We would set out on the, based on the contracts we have in place, work with each service provider. You're correct. There is a chance that a service provider may be unwilling or unable to move forward. That would pose us some challenges, but obviously we would double back to council immediately for direction. And like I say, I expect we would know this fairly early in the process. In terms of our own crews, yes, we do the peninsula, mostly, and I think downtown Dartmouth, we're pretty much hitting 24 hours. So there's not, obviously we would change our, make sure we hit this priority. If this is the will of council, we would hit it with our own staff, and we might have to do adjustments, but that's the read on staff. So I think I've answered the full question. I apologize. I cut out there for a second on me.
No, that's fine. Really quickly too. So if we were to say up to, and this might be for Jane, if we were to say up to and put that money, if there's a reserve, there might not be a reserve, but put it in and not putting on the general tax rate, and then after negotiations, you come back to council and say, hey, it's actually going to cost us 2.5, or it might cost you 100,000 because the contractors are not willing, but only one is. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to not put it on the general bill, but put it in a reserve pending the negotiations.
So I'm going to refer to my colleague Jane, because you're hitting on 2 points. One, how we're going to store the money away, and two, procurement process. So over to Jane.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So, certainly as Brad said, it is part of negotiation. So the contract can be written that it is up to a certain amount. So there are options where it would be up to 2 million. And then if it was over that, you would just negotiate your priority bus stops to keep it within that amount. If there's and if it comes in under $2 million, then it's the rest of the money isn't needed, so it would fall to the bottom line. If you so this is a contract change, and it would be ongoing. Typically, it's better to put ongoing items on the tax rate because you want to balance that, right? Every time the tax rate goes down, you have to make it up next year. It's a bit of compounding. It would be eligible for withdrawal from operating reserve, but if there is a desire to do this by council, my recommendation would be on the rate to go forward.
Thank you, Chair. I might come back. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a point of clarification just for my own sake. I understand that this process is to accept or decline. It's not to redirect.
And I'm not sure what you mean by.
Okay, for instance, if there was something on the budget that was, say, for example, $1,000, just to be putting it in small figures, if it was accepted or declined, would that $1,000 is off the table? It's not in a position where it could be redirected to something else. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is $2 million for enhanced transit stop clearing. We can't redirect that to additional snowplows for streets.
Yeah, and we can't redirect it for new shelters either. That would have to come back at another time.
That would be a completely separate motion,
Okay.
and would better be done as a motion at council requesting a staff report.
Okay. I support this as I have a lot of main bus routes in my district, but the residents can't get to the transit stops. I have seniors and physically challenged that can't climb over the snowbanks to access the shelters. A lot of times I've experienced it myself, the doors of the bus open, but sometimes the snow blocks the entry. So not only can't you climb over the bank, but just to get into the bus stop sometimes is a struggle as well. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Anguish said that most of the equipment will be included. And I'd just like to put that out as my opinion and my position for my district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers in the chat. So if somebody would like to call the question.
Question.
The question has been called, so over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting no.
1, Councillor Daigle Gowan.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative for the urban core.
3, Councillor Kent.
Can't hear you, Becky. I'm sure what you said was witty, but we can't hear you.
I said it ditto from Councillor Hensby, but in favor.
Thank you.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Voting for enhanced snow clearing in Woodside, Woodlawn, and Eastern Passage as well.
8, Councillor Smith. 8, Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Sorry, Councillor Smith, that was for the motion?
Yes, for the motion. You couldn't hear me over Mancini.
Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
For the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
For the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
No.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
Against the motion.
Mayor Savage.
Against the motion.
Okay, thank you.
9-8.
My count is 9-4 and 8 against. Mr. Clerk, could you confirm?
That is the same numbers I have. 9-4, 8 against.
Thank you. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Budget Committee direct staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the addition of increased nonprofit tax rebate for affordable housing from 25 to 50% starting in fiscal 21-22.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I had my camera on. No further comments. I'll speak to it if it looks like it might fail, but I am happy to see this and support it and hope that everyone else vote for it.
Question.
Can we have the motion in the chat, please? And the motion is that the Budget Committee, again, that the Budget Committee directs staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the addition of $446,000 for the proposed increase to nonprofit tax rebate for affordable housing from 25% to 50% starting in fiscal 21-22. The question has been called. So over to the clerk.
Sir, I think Councillor Scudder, did you? Oh, no, never mind.
That was to the previous motion.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Absolutely voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Fully for the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Very happy to vote yes. Thank you.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
That motion barely passes. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are back on the main motion and Councillor Mason.
First of all, it's notable, I want to say, it's very notable how many 9-8 votes we've had. I've never seen that. I think this is more 9-8 votes today than I've seen in 8 years on council. I think that's a testament to great debate and people really thinking about stuff, actually. It shows there's not groupthink happening. And also, clearly, based on what Councillor Smith said about Mancini talking over his vote, we'd like staff, could you arrange to have Snickers delivered to all of council immediately before 4:30? Thank you. So I'm going to move that the Heritage Conservation District funding be included in the budget, the $250,000 for 2021-22. I so move.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Okay, thank you. We are talking about the Heritage Conservation District. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
We had the briefing. We already talked about it. As Councillor Cleary said, I feel like we talked it to death at this point. If anyone has anything they want to add, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we have the motion in the chat and the question has been called. And I don't see any speakers to that, so over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative, sir.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I would love a Snickers bar. In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
Against?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate it, Ms. Fraser, if you could, we are just about finished. And I would appreciate it, Ms. Fraser, if you could give us an update on where we might be with the tax rate.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So currently, I'm just going to take out the detransfer source of revenue. Sorry about that.
Back to that magic spreadsheet. Nowadays, spreadsheets rule the world.
They are. That's why we're doing SAP Business Transformation, Mr. Chair. So the total of all the overs with MD1 savings that have been added to the parking lot is $10,825,000. This is an increase of $37.39 to the average tax bill and 1.5% on the rate. When you take in the extra revenue that we have, we now have a surplus of $2.68 million. The rate, the average residential tax bill impact, instead of the $38 at 1.9% falls to average increase of $28.76. The rate goes from 1.9% down to a rate of 1.4%, rounding. So roughly that's where we are. So the actual mill rate, if you will, instead of being 82 cents is 81.6 cents. So I will put all those numbers in the chat so people have them, but basically the rate has gone from 1.9 down to 1.4. Impact on average residential tax bill, instead of $38 increase, it's at $28.76. And mill rates from 0.82 down to 0.816.
Wonderful.
Mr.
That's amazing.
Chair,
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Clarification for Ms. Fraser. So I've got the same total as you, but the way mine broke down was I've got in the one-time bucket, 5.653350 million. And for ongoing, I have 4,811,300. So can you just speak to, for the one time, I'm assuming we would use surplus, we would use reserves, we would use other things because it's one time. So it's not ongoing, doesn't have to affect the tax rate. The 4.8 million, I could definitely see that. So is there a difference when judging it from that perspective?
So in typical years, you're right, Councillor, that's what we would do. So typically what would happen is we would look at, looking at the impact on tax rate. So I would say, okay, we're going to take these items out, we'll go to reserve, we'll go to surplus, we'll do all of those things. What's happened this year is because we went pretty lean on detransfer tax, when we built the fiscal plan in January, with the revision, we've got an extra $13.5 million. So what that means is if we had had that built in January, what we would have been asking for instead of 1.9 on the rate would have been lower. It's the fact that we have this extra revenue. So this is a very unusual year. And for all of the new councillors, they must be getting tired of hearing that. But typically that's what we would do. So if we, if you use revenue if you use reserves to offset the one time, that would decrease the tax rate further. That could certainly occur. But you are pushing your pressure out next year, right? Because your starting point from tax revenue is going to be smaller, and you're going to have to make that up. And remember, we've been very, very fortunate with the federal funding of $31 million. We do need to recover that through the budget process next year. So I just put that out there as a bit of caution. To be prudent, I would recommend that we use the detransfer tax revenue, but if Regional Council has a tax rate that they would like to see, we can come back with options around the use of reserves for specific items to achieve that rate.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We are back on the main motion, and Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I think by my tally, unless I've missed it, we're basically down to 3 items: the IT audit, the journey to change, and the court disposition clerk.
The IT audit was one time, and that would have been included in the omnibus motion that Councillor Blackburn brought forth.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So, I don't see anyone else chomping at the bit. I will put forward the 2 remaining police items for consideration.
Councillor Cleary would second.
Okay. So at this point, we have on the floor the motion for the journey to change training at $60,000 and the court disposition clerk for $85,800. Total $145,800. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support these. It's a very, very small change in the police budget. I said it yesterday, for me this year, our police budget is very much a status quo budget for the most part. It is not an expansion. The monies that have gone into policing this year are mainly, it's driven by compensation increases that everyone, basically it's a unionized environment, association anyway, and there's a contract and the salaries go up each and every year, and that's pretty much the same in all our departments. There isn't a major change. These two items I think have merit. The journey to change, as the chief described when he came through, is coming in part out of Wortley, and the court disposition clerk, if I can just remind colleagues about the discussion we had previously on this, and of course our that included an in-camera portion, I think is really important. So I think that these are both worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to these motions? And Councillor Austin, were they a single motion, or was it, were you putting two motions on the floor at once?
I put them both together. If people want to break them out, that's fine. Just in the interest of expediency, I thought it made sense to group the two remaining police items.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle on the motion.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, on the court disposition clerk, you know, for the 85,000, I do have a tough time with this. And part of it is just knowing how much overtime exists within HRP. You know, I know that overtime is inevitable in some cases, but I have to question, you know, when you look at over $2 million, does that mean that perhaps they need to relook at their staffing model? You know, asking for 85,000 for a new position when I'm wondering what efficiencies can be done internally makes it hard for me to support this. And yeah, and I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
So would you prefer, Councillor Cuddle, this be voted on as two motions?
If we could split the motion, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. I believe we can do that. Okay. I didn't see any further speakers. Councillor Smith, was that to this motion or was it to the main motion? It was to this motion? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thanks. And I don't know if is Dan or anyone from HRP here to answer any of the or comment on Councillor Cuddle's question at all before I speak.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure. I've got my video on, but it doesn't seem to be working. I'm happy to take any questions. I did speak, I believe, at length on both of these at two previous meetings and before the board. If there's a specific question in regards to Journey to Change, happy to take it. If further clarification is required for the records clerk disposition, I would suggest we go back into camera.
So before I speak, I'm just wondering, Councillor Cuddle, is there anything you wanted from the chief before I go?
Patty, you're muted.
If the chief had anything to add to what I said, I was just stating my position.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure nothing was missed. Really quickly, Chair, I've had many chances to speak about this, and even at the commission had some concerns with the court position, but as mentioned, the chief gave us information on this, and then we had to get a little bit more details in camera because of the sensitivities around that. So I can support that, and the Journey to Change program, understanding the impact that has, and having community members help deliver that training to members, and hearing from officers who took the training and said that it's been worthwhile, and focusing on important topics like anti-Black racism and trauma and policing. I think it's important that our officers get this, and that all officers receive this training. And as Councillor Austin has spoke before, we it's mostly as a status quo budget. We haven't approved more boots on the ground, and I think, as we move forward, we can have that discussion. There might be a time where we need to do that, or there might be a time when we don't. It's hard to say, but I do support these two items as they are now, and look forward to having further discussions on the reform as we go. So that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this point, there are no further speakers on the motion.
Question on the motions.
The question has been called on the motions. Can we vote on them separately, please?
Yes, absolutely. Chair, I am just copying the first motion into the chat. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So the first motion that we are voting on is $60,000 for the Journey to Change training. Over to you, Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
So that motion passes. Thank you very much. The next motion is $85,800 for the proposed court disposition clerk. Over to you, Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Hang on, sorry about that. In voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
Against?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting no.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
That count to me is 11-6 in favor of the motion. Mr. Clerk, if you could confirm.
Those are the same numbers I have, 11-6 in favor.
Great, thank you. That motion passes. We effectively have no further motions on the floor. Thank you very much, everybody. We are back on the main motion. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask Jane, we've done all of the budget adjustment items. We've dealt with all that. We've gone through the whole process. You've told us that takes us to a 1.4% on the tax rate. What would it cost to get to 1%?
Just really quick math, Mr. Mayor, it's about $2.8 million for every 0.5%. So I'm going to say you're going to end up at around 5.2 million that you would need to do. And I can just add that in and see where we end up. Okay.
So maybe while you're just, I'll come back to you for the exact number, Jane, if that's okay, so I can.
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. You know, to compare where we were last year to this year is like night and day. Last year, we were cutting budgets, we're laying off people, reducing service. Today, let's just look at some of the assets that we have. So the deed transfer for the upcoming year has been increased. I think it was $13.5 million, which is significant and still well below the CanMac number, which was 80 million. Last year, we had $20-some million surplus, and I remember having this argument at council about the fact that that meant that we collected $20-some million more than we needed for the year. This year, we're going to have a $34 million surplus, something like that. We received $46 million from the federal and provincial government in the restart. That was meant for COVID. It wasn't meant to be washed into our operating budget in the upcoming year, but a lot of it, 31 million is, and that's something that we have to carry forward that we won't have next year, so that's a challenge. We received a doubling of the gas tax since we've had our last series of budget meetings. That's $26 million that comes to us, and we have the surplus. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't raise tax. We've been very prudent in the way that we've done taxes in this municipality, in my opinion, very prudent. Held the line versus almost any other city, but even cities that had raised taxes in the last number of years have held the line in many cases this year. We've done okay as a municipality, not everybody has, but we have enough money to pay for our needs and to put a significant amount of money into the reserves. If I told anybody 6 months ago that we would be adding to our reserves this year instead of taking out from our reserves, we had this discussion, the chair and I, about whether it was a rainy day then or whether there was a rainy day coming, and I said it was a rainy day then, and I think it was. It's actually sunnier now than it was then, and some of that is to our own good management. We are going to support a lot of great causes. We voted today to put, for the first time, to put money aside in almost a contingency fund for necessary hires in the year to come that we don't know yet. $2 million on the bus stops. We've added 10 people into planning and development. I think that it would not be imprudent for us to say to our taxpayers, we got to give you a bit of a break as well. We can do that, colleagues. We can do what we want to do, which is invest in important projects, keep our operating costs in line, and also reduce the increase. Just remember, we're still increasing the rate. They're still increasing the average tax bill, even as we've just decided we can reduce the rate. To me, it makes sense. We'll hold the line on taxes as much as we can, as much as is reasonable. And so I'm going to propose whatever the preamble is that we prepare the budget in line with a tax, what's the number, tax rate increase of 1% on our tax bill.
Second, Tim, or somebody else.
Jane, what's the cost of that though?
So, Mr. Mayor, the cost of that, assuming that all deed transfer tax, so the surplus of 2.6 in deed transfer tax is applied as well, it costs $2.8 million. So it's a total of 5.4 in total. So I would need to find savings of 2.8 million.
And of course, we haven't allocated this year's surplus yet because it hasn't come in. We don't know it completely till the year end, but it's somewhere in the range of 34 million, correct?
34 is correct, as of February.
Million. So we'll have a surplus of 34, and this would be a difference off our original fisc of 5.4 million. So that's my proposal. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Collins.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are now speaking on, and Jane, if you wouldn't mind posting those numbers into the chat, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
We are now speaking about setting the tax rate increase at 1%. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So without dipping into surplus, if we just use the remainder of the deed transfer, it's 1.5?
1.4.
1.4.
Sorry, just to interrupt. The 1.4 was before we added the two HRP items. The new rate I put in the chat is 1.5.
1.5. So, I mean, 1.5 to me is a very, very good rate. I mean, there have been other times where we've been, I think the highest of the last 4 years was maybe the low threes when we were starting out. Certainly, we're usually in the twos in past years. To try and artificially squeeze this down to 1% by using surplus funds is not something that I can support. You know, I could go along with putting the remains of the deed transfer to reduce the rate rather than socking that away, but to be dipping into surplus funds to me is, I mean, just a difference of opinion. I don't think that's fiscally prudent. Surplus money should be stashed away, and that's how you pay for your one-time things. That's how you pay for your capital. We have major projects coming. They're going to require a significant financial contribution. We're going to have to borrow. But if we have the ability to lessen the amount that we're going to need to borrow, that is a tax savings and a long-term savings to our residents. And I think we have that opportunity here where what we're asking of people is not much. In comparison, especially to other municipalities and to past years. So I was happy with 1.9. I'm happy to go with 1.5, but I cannot support 1.0. The other thing that I want to just point out is next year is more uncertain in some ways. We don't have the one-time federal, provincial money. You know, our budget this year has benefited hugely from that. That will not be in place next year, and we have some additional risks. There's always some, but such as the provincial road transfer, $5 million there, and then whether we're going to take on contributing to the art gallery. I mean, the supposed found money that we have right now, chunks of it very much disappear in a flash if we factor those upcoming items in. So the thing about keeping taxes artificially low is that it compounds year after year. So you go low now, well, the next year, you're better off to have a nice measured increases of small amounts than to have peaks and valleys. And so I fear here that we are creating a valley for ourselves, which will inevitably result in a peak later on if we want to be serious about some of our other stuff. So I can support 1.5, but 1.0, I have to vote against. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Well, I mean, Sam just said everything I was going to say, so good job, Councillor Austin. You know, my concern is that simply that we could do this, and we've talked about this before, but my feeling is, you know, there was that 1 year in 2014 or 15 where we didn't raise taxes at all. We kept the rate exactly, or the per household exactly the same, lowered the rate. And my feeling is that, you know, later on we had to have higher tax rates to compensate, because we can't count on like putting in the deed transfer based on what we're seeing in the model that we were shown by finance, and keeping tax at 1.4. That's the amount that seems reasonable that we can bank on in the future. The fear, of course, is that we go past that, and then next year maybe we're looking at a 2.2 or a 2.5 in the same year. And so, you know, I think it's prudent to keep the tax increase at or just below, you know, cost of living or inflation or all those other metrics we looked at way back when we set the financial rate. And I just feel like it's important to recognize that ultimately this could come home to roost in a way that's going to be even more damaging in that year for residents. So I can't support this. I think 1.5 is fine, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting this on the table. I absolutely support this. I am struggling with the notion that that if we have asked, and we have really, it's been a requirement of society to squeeze and think radical around how are they going to cope through this pandemic. This is a pandemic that we've just come through and are still in, and with a potential future shutdown still at bay. And we are the mayor has, I think, summarized it well. We are far better off than we have been, certainly from what I'm sure you folks who were around council at the beginning of this pandemic ever dreamed that we'd be. And I would certainly question that kind of perspective that yes, there's going to be peaks and valleys, but right now our taxpayers, certainly average taxpayers who do not have a savings to really pull from, who have been asked at the best of times weren't able to put away and tuck away money to ride out these kinds of situations that they could never have predicted. Certainly in my lifetime, I wouldn't have predicted this. We are asking our taxpayers to squeeze and borrow, and most, I would say, never get the chance to do it. This is the year that our jobs are insecure. Jobs are not out there the way, we live in a bubble where we have a salary. We live in a bubble where we have, the people that we do know, we have come in contact with, can share their story, but there are thousands of others who are not sharing that story with us, but the reality is out there. The housing stock is so low that to add another burden right now, from the onset, during an election, from the onset of this budget debate, I struggled with any kind of tax rate. I wanted to see it flat, and I know the mayor did as well, but I think that he's come forward with an option that we can accommodate. I'm happy that I was able to come into this budget thinking and supporting some of the motions that were put forward. The fact that we have a surplus now, I think, is a message that if we put that back into an opportunity for the taxpayers not to bear the burden of having that little bit of surplus tucked away, when they are stronger in a number of years, should we have to address it then? I would much rather address it when the risks are not housing. The risks are not being able to pay the rent. The risks are not being able to buy groceries because of the exorbitant prices during a pandemic. That the risks are not related to again, having a job or not having a job. So I absolutely think now is the time. This is the year. It's unprecedented. We have done a good job and I kudos to everyone who was on council before I was. But now is the time for us to have an input. And for me, this is the right solution. I say squeeze away and see what we can do, and to really honor the sacrifices, the impact, and the futures of those out there who are paying taxes and trying to support not only their own family, but many people in our communities, because that's what we're all doing, is working at this together. And I think this is a great measure to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to step out of the chair for a minute and speak. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind assuming the chair. I am not going to be able to support this, and the reasons are we have been very good at making sure that we have an understanding of everything that we're looking at, of what is a one-time expense and what is an ongoing expense. And we're generally speaking paying for one-time things with one-time money and paying for ongoing things with ongoing money, the tax rate. And I support a lot of what Councillor Austin said, where we should not be using one-time money to pay for ongoing expenses, and that, I fear, is what we are doing. We came into this budget, the entire system came into this budget looking at a 1.9% increase and targeting a 1.9% increase. We have been asked for additional services, and to a large degree, we have increased the services that we are budgeting for and are able to provide. We've done that at the same time that we have lowered that 1.9% down to 1.5% and kept within that ideal of paying for one-time things with one-time money and paying for ongoing things with a tax rate. I think that's the prudent way forward. I don't think that we should be spending one-time money or reserves on ongoing expenses. Councillor Austin also mentioned Neptune Theatre. That is going to be a $7 million ask over 5 years, 1.4 million per year. There is also an ask coming. That wasn't for Neptune. That was for the art. That was for the art gallery. Neptune is $100,000, and that is right around the corner. There will be other things. There will be other people who will come forward, and I'm not able to support the reduction down to 1% when we have been looking at 1.9, and we are already taking it down to 1.5%. So I appreciate the intent. I appreciate all of the challenges that people are going through last year and this year, now that we are in 2020 season 2. But I can't support this. So thank you very much. And Councillor Daigle-Gammon, if you wouldn't mind, I'll reassume the chair.
With pleasure, please resume the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuttle.
Having trouble with my video button today. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taxes are complicated. I know that, and especially for those of us going through this for the first time, trying to get our heads wrapped around it all is, a lesson in and of itself. I think there's some important things to remember. This year, as we've just noted, we've seen a bit of a bonus, particularly through the deed transfer tax. And I just want us all to remember where that came from. That money, that bonus actually came from the sales of properties, a lot of it from residents or new residents or, people buying and selling their homes. So, it is, in our case, it was a bit of a bonus that we're seeing the ability to provide services and projects that, normally we might not have been able to do. I also concerned about the big increase in housing prices we've seen over the past year. And we know that our property taxes are based on assessments. We do have the cap, which plays into that in a good way for some and a not so good way for other people, in that they're assuming a bigger burden of the tax bill. So I just think as we're moving forward, we just need to keep this all in mind, that while we're looking at a reasonable increase to the overall our overall budget, that at the end of the day, we just need to remember where that's coming from. So a lot of people are already paying extra for things like housing. And when we add additional costs onto that, through property tax onto the cost of housing, I just think that we need to remind ourselves of our own role in housing and the cost of living. Everything is getting expensive right now: food, transportation, just cost of living overall. So I agree with some of the comments around the fact that people are feeling squeezed. They're feeling squeezed in many different directions, not just this one. And for some people, for many people, every penny counts. So I think we just need to keep that in our minds front and center. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for a little bit of a history lesson, during my time on council, we actually froze tax bills 3 times at 0%. And the sky didn't fall subsequently. And as Councillor Cuttle just said very well, that the deed transfer tax isn't really a result of anything council has done. we have a nice city. We can take, but people buying in houses and selling houses and coming here from other cities and head offices coming here and this sort of thing is not really a result of our policies. There's lots of good things we have done to improve our recreation and our roads and our planning and this sort of thing. But we've got a bit of a bluebird when a lot of other areas are really struggling. So, and I think the mayor usually uses the term of dividend. We have a surplus. And we have a surplus, and if this was a surplus, if the example I always use, if we paid $100 a month on power, and at the end of the year we only used $1,000 worth of power, the power company would send us back a $200 refund because we overpaid. So there's a little bit to that. Now we talk about this being a reserve. Well, it's a reserve because we have to take a surplus legally and put it into a reserve. It's actually a surplus. It's an operating surplus from last year. And to me, and we've just passed a budget, and most things I have supported. I'm very worried about this bus stop, $2 million when it's probably not required. I'm very disappointed on the blue bags because we're raising tax at 1.5 or 1%, raising taxes while cutting the service. I think that's going to go over like a lead balloon with most of our residents, or many of our residents, but it is what it is. It's certainly not an austerity budget. It's certainly not a pandemic budget. It's certainly not a recession budget compared to other cities who have tried to have no increase at a time when their residents, particularly in certain sectors, have suffered so greatly. So to try and get it down from 1% to 1.5%, sorry, the other way around, from 1.5% down to 1% by using a small portion of our surplus, the surplus that we got as a bluebird, as I said, I think is quite reasonable. Jane, what would it cost, just for clarification here, we're expecting a surplus of 34 million. What would if we wanted to use a one-time portion of this 34 million to get the increase down from 1.5 to 1.0, what would that number be?
Through Mr. Chair to the council, it's about $2.8 million, roughly.
Okay. So if we took $2.8 million out of 34 million, we could get this down to 1% and still put, what is that, 95% of our surplus into a reserve to use for all the reasons that people have mentioned, and some good reasons. I actually don't have a problem in taking $2.8 million out of a $34 million surplus to give it back to our residents during a pandemic and what I would say is a recession in many sectors. So I hope we'll think about that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Just wanted to weigh in on this as well. And in a $1 billion budget, to me, 2.8 million is not going to break the bank. And if we can still put 31 million into the reserves from the surplus, that's a no-brainer. People are under incredible stress. We are into 1 year of this, and we're looking at possibly another shutdown. So there's our restaurant owners once again saying, nope, close your doors. This is psychological. This is not just financial. What Councillor Cuttle said, food prices going up, like these are pressures that, people have not had to live through for a whole year. And when we thought with the vaccines, I mean, it's psychological. This is just one more. Okay, by the way, province is going to be shut down, bubble's not opening, and your taxes are going up and your services are decreasing. So I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting this on the table. I would like to see the reserves, I'd like to see go down to zero, to have no tax increase for this year, because it's unprecedented times, because our city is under tremendous stress on so many different levels, and especially if schools are shut down. So, okay, once again, workers, childcare, I don't see how. Anyway, I don't know if someone wanted to even, think about that, but I'm very much in support of at least dropping it to a 1% for all of the reasons that have been said and I agree with. So thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the mayor's bringing this forward. I would support this 1%. Hundreds of residents have expressed their hardships during COVID. Some of my immediate neighbors have lost their jobs. They've had their hours reduced, and some have been laid off. So I don't understand how I can ask them for 1.8 or 1.9% increase in their taxes when they're already struggling. And to Councillor Purdy's point, suffering psychologically too, as well as financially. I mean, they have families in different parts of Canada they can't see. I mean, we all know that Zoom and MS Teams is starting to weigh on our nerves. There's so many things that are going on that I think we can give people a little break, especially if we have this money. And 2.8 doesn't sound like a lot when we're taking it from our reserves. We still would have enough to start working on our other projects that we have. Also, I agree to Councillor Kent's point about 2021, 22, that maybe jobs and the economy will be back to where they should be, some type of normal. And maybe residents will then be able to pay a higher tax. But I think they would, at this point, they would really appreciate the little bit of a break. I know some of my residents will be disappointed at some of the cuts, but they'll be very grateful for a 1% tax cut. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For all of the reasons that everyone is in support of a 1% tax rate increase, I would agree and will support this. My question is that we've been given a what a dollar value would be, I think, residentially. I'm curious about what the difference would be if it's 1% commercially. Because as Councillor Purdy spoke about very eloquently as well, that the business community has been hard hit. And so if they go from 1.9, 1.5 down to 1, then it would be supportive in terms of the commercial businesses that we all support in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fraser.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chair, I'll ask Bruce to run that number on what the average impact would be on the commercial side. We do have it loaded. I just don't, I'm not allowed to play with the commercial rates. I can only do the residential. So I'll get that and we'll get it in the chat for you.
Could I also just say that my brain gets tingly and I would love to be in front of you and see those beautiful spreadsheets and see your 3, 4, and 5. It's like, oh, please. So thank you.
All righty.
Responses.
You're sick.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Daigle-Gammon and Jane. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question, I guess, for Jane. I seem to remember back in December, we were told that next year could actually be a tougher year in terms of the pandemic impact. And so at that time, there was some discussion about how we would best smooth over some of those impacts and minimize them, I guess, by planning ahead. So I'm not quite sure how to phrase my question, but I'd like to know, it sounds to me that it would be better perhaps to stay at 1.5, expecting that next year is going to be more difficult. So if you could comment on whether you still feel that next year is going to be a tough year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So yes, we've benefited greatly from the federal government's $31 million. So that really, by having that federal restart funding, that allowed us to use that and not have to adjust the rate or go to reserves. So, next year, We do have a gap next year with the revised fiscal plan that I presented today. It's around the $34 million mark, which is still a lot of money. What will happen is we go through and we look at the assumptions that we have to close that gap. So, for example, on commercial assessment, we don't have a lot of growth built into that for, I think actually commercial assessment is zero for fiscal 22-23. There will be some growth in that, so that will increase as well. We will put all the decisions that are made today in the model, and we'll run that to get a sense of what the gap is. Just CPI, salaries, contracts, things of that nature, they tend to go up higher than the tax rate does. So it is always catch up with that. It does. The rate does flow through next year. It gets compounded. So every time it goes lower, you have to catch it up next year. It's just the nature of the way the budget works.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting discussion and back and forth. I mean, there is no right answer. It's a values judgment. It's a judgment based on whether you think surpluses should be used for current expenditures versus long-term expenditures, those kind of questions. So I was just doing a couple of calculations. If you were to try to be in the same place over a 2-year period, if we were to raise the taxes 1.5% this year, and then 1.5% next year, versus 1% this year, in order to get to the same place you'd be in with 2 1.5s, you'd have to go 1% this year and 2% next year. And that compounds over time. So you'd actually have to do, like 2.5% in the 3rd year to get to the same place going 1.5 years. So within 1 or 2 years, the compounding is not a huge thing. The trouble comes in if you're year after year for 2 and 3 and 4 years, not increasing taxes at an appropriate level, and then you have to make it up at some point in the future. So for me, if you go to 1% this year versus 1.5, the difference on the average tax bill is only a handful of dollars spread over a whole year. So it's not a huge burden in reality. The trouble then comes into the question around reserves. What are reserves for? What are surpluses for? And if we weren't planning major expenditures, the provincial briefing, sorry, by the way. If we weren't planning for new rec centers, new fire stations, all of these things we have to build over the next few years, bus rapid transit, new ferry terminal, buying new ferries, it wouldn't matter. But every $1 million that goes into our reserves is $1 million we don't have to borrow for those things. And so, the discussions we'll have over the next 3 budgets, while, I'm still on council, and the ones you do after that, that's the discussion that'll happen each year is, well, I guess, man, I wish we had raised taxes a little bit more because we could have built that rec center this year. So those are the kind of things that we need to think about. You know what? Really, 1%, 1.5% is not a huge difference for the average tax bill. However, what's the future? What do you want to do for the future? And this is an unprecedented year. 2020 part 2. And so I'm easy. If people want to go with 1%, signal to the population that, hey, we're looking out for you, not trying to increase your taxes too much. Doesn't really make a huge difference in their pocketbooks, but it sends a signal that we care. Okay, I'm fine with that too. So yeah, I just thought I'd put a few thoughts out there. Don't really know which is the best way to go because it doesn't actually matter for this current year. Where it matters is if we keep it low next year and keep it low the year after and keep it low the year after, then you can't do the big projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Cleary, you just kind of spilled the beans quite a bit what I was thinking. You know, I think if we're holding, you know, the tax line artificially year after year, and as Deputy Mayor pointed out, you know, 3 times since, you know, while he's been on council, 0 increase. And so what that means is when you don't increase, you don't have, you know, the state of good repair. You're not able to meet your goals that you've set out. You're not able to increase the services. You know, some of these items that we've approved here today are so important to creating a strong economy and supporting those who are most vulnerable. You know, increasing nonprofit tax rebate for affordable housing, that is really important. Addressing the planning and development backlog, that is essential to creating more tax revenue for the municipality, and getting these dwellings built faster and moving businesses along to support them. You know, I think if we don't recognize the actual costs that we have, and we artificially hold the rate low, you know, I think what that happens is it's going to continue to compound the fact that we can't meet our goals. We can't, you know, do what it is that we need to do, and we can't build the capacity within our staff to meet those goals and you know, expectations that the residents have. A strong economy means making strong, responsible decisions. And you know, while I understand, sure, sending a signal that we care, well, of course we care. That's why we've got this great budget in front of us, and we're moving all of these really important items forward. And you know, I do think that, you know, this road transfer that's coming to us from the provincial government, we are going to need to address that. And holding at 1% or 1.5%, you know, at the end of the day, the tax bill and the amount of the tax bill, that's not even in our hands. What's in our hands is the tax rate, and that's completely different from the tax bill. And so I urge, you know, my fellow councillors to realize that if we hold it now, or even, you know, only increase it by 1%, and next year and the year after and the year after, we're going to have to add that increase or cut services. So, you know, I appreciate the mayor putting this forward for us to consider and discuss, but I have to say I'm in line with Councillor Austin. That 1.5 seems to be the right thing to do. And you know, I'm looking forward to hearing some more debate, but I am willing to consider the 1%. I don't think that holding at 0 is an option this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question for Jane. So I follow the bouncing dollar signs here. The leftover that was from deed transfer, the 2.68 million, if we throw that at the budget right now, that'll bring us down to 1.5%.
Correct.
Then we've got about 34 mil in change in surplus. We throw about 2 mil in change from that at the tax rate, and we can bring it down to 1%, correct?
About 2.8 million, yes.
About 2.8 million. What would it cost to bring it down to 0%?
Cost another $5.8 million.
Okay. So we would still have in the upper 20s, 27, 28 million or so left over from surplus to put into reserves, correct?
We'd have around 25, closer to 26.
Okay, 26 that go into reserves. Do you remember how much we put into reserves last year?
No.
Okay.
I can find out.
Okay. Well, while you're finding,
It's around the same amount.
It was around the same amount that we put
I
into
think
reserves
so.
last year.
Yeah.
So I guess, the point that I'm making is that, and Councillor Lovelace kind of touched on it. The decisions that we make here at this table today will have a very, very minuscule impact on people's tax bills. What is going to send people ballistic is when they get their assessment and that they realize that their assessment, especially if they're not capped, so I'm even, I'm leaning to what the mayor is saying at keeping it 1%, because certainly we can do our part to keep those bills down and as low as possible. But, a lot of people are going to get a real kick in the pants when they see their tax bill, and it's got nothing to do with the tax rate. It's got everything to do with their assessment. So, maybe for the sake of another few $1,000,000, taking it to a 0% tax increase can certainly signify to our residents that we appreciate the sacrifices that they've had to make during COVID. It also recognizes that we realize that their assessments have gone up, and in many cases gone up substantially. And we still will have about $26 million, the same amount we had last year, give or take, to put into reserves. So I just, sorry for the verbal diarrhea, but I just sort of throw that out there for your thoughts. Thanks.
Second.
Okay. Not sure was that a motion? I believe that was a comment, not a motion.
That was just a comment, not a motion. I was just sort of looking for the numbers from Jane.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Lots of good discussion on this. Good job, Mayor, at the end of the debate to throw in a good one. So really quickly, just for clarification, because we have been checking around a lot of numbers, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So Jane, we started at what I'm saying start after the approvals at 1.9, which was $38. And then considering the D-transfer, it brought it down to 1.5, which was which equal to be 29.26 on the average tax bill. So with the mayor's proposal at 1%, we're looking at 19.59 on the average tax bill. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and to answer Councillor Blackburn's question, the surplus that we had last year for budgeting purposes was 35 million.
Great. Thank you for that. So I'm not going to go too much further on this. I support the current direction we're going. I won't support this motion, not because I don't think that our residents have been working hard haven't been working hard in dealing with the effects of the pandemic. But when I look at this budget, considering all of the improvements, I know we've focused on the things that we're losing, but think about, and it's hard to think about it because it happened so long ago, but our capital budget, some of our business units, the improvements that are happening within those business units, like we are seeing improvements to access transportation, affordable housing, development, the things that we approved today. So I really feel that staff, of course, and council have done a great job at balancing the growing need in our city, but also trying to make the impact as least impactful as possible. But what happens is when you don't plan for the future, you have to plan at some point. And what I see now is we have the tax rate cut up to us, and now we have to currently look at increases as we go further. So I'm comfortable with the 1.5, understanding that if we want to continue to see these improvements as we go, we need to do that. And the pandemic is a difficult one, and I'm not going to speak about the numbers that are growing in terms of the good numbers, not the bad numbers. but I will say I won't support this, understanding that it is a great signal to residents, but it doesn't signal for me great future planning. So that's why I'm voting against it. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, it's a great discussion. I think we all suffer from the same thing, which is occasional deficit disorder. You know, we all want to spend on what we want to spend on. We all want to keep taxes low. We make decisions, right? That's what we do. And whichever way this vote goes, we are a team that will work together. We're not family, but we're a team, and we'll make this decision. I just want to, Jane, that we've been told we're going to be doubling the gas tax this year. Is that factored into the budget somewhere?
It would go into reserves, is where that money goes in.
Okay. So folks, we're not talking about a $34 million surplus only. We're talking about a $34 million plus $26 million, which is our gas tax doubling, plus potentially 20 million extra on the deed transfer over and above what we've already increased it. And we're looking at $2.8 million to go back to the people who pay the bills. Now, I'm not a deficit hawk. I'm not an anti-tax guy. In fact, I've been called exactly the opposite. But to say that we're artificially keeping the rate low, it's the opposite. We have the opportunity here to do all those things that Councillor Smith referred to. They're in the budget. They're done. Balance adjustment list is done. Everything's in the budget. We're going to be adding more than we ever have in our history to the reserves, whatever happens. And if you're concerned about the year-over-year increase that this means, just on the surplus alone of 34 million, you could pay for the 2.8 million for the next 12 years. Some of us will be gone from this earth, let alone this council, before we would use up all that money. This is not a radical thing that we're talking about. This is simply recognizing that we can help a little bit to our residents. I don't think you raise taxes when you can. I think you raise taxes when you need to. This year, we don't need to raise taxes beyond 1%. We just don't. And, you know, councillors have said, well, you know, you don't take a surplus and invest it in reducing taxes. If we were able to run deficits, if we ran a deficit, we would then charge people the next year the difference to make it up. All we're saying is take a little fraction of that money that we had more than we needed, keeping in mind that a year ago we thought we were in real trouble. Take a little fraction of that, because look, we're all mature people. We all make a decision based on what settles correctly in our head and in our heart. I get that. I don't hold grudges. I feel fairly strongly, though, that as elected representatives, we do a number of things. We provide service. We show leadership. We make tough decisions. We also send signals. And I don't think there's anything wrong with sending a signal to the people who gave us this money to say that we're going to respect you and we're going to hold the tax rate down, because a lot of this money we didn't even know we had when we started out on this framework of a 1.9%. We certainly didn't know we had the 26 million. We didn't know that we had a 34 million surplus. We didn't know that we were going to be able to increase the deed transfer. So look, we're all in the same boat. We're all trying to do the right thing. For me, this is an important issue, just to recognize that we can help out a little bit. So I thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get to follow the mayor again, it seems. So, I mean, I think we should always just keep in mind that we should always have a surplus, right? Because we can't budget for deficits. And you never want to budget so to the point that there's not a little bit of cushion room. Having a surplus at the end of each year is not a sign of, it's a sign of good management, really. This year's surplus is much bigger than we expected, mainly because we had some one-time stuff that we weren't expecting, and deed transfer was way better than anyone thought because the market didn't crash, and in fact, it did the exact opposite here. So, I want to just say that, like, if there was a way here and now that I could direct, tax relief to the folks who have really suffered through COVID, to our restaurants, to people who were laid off, I would do it in a heartbeat. I can't. All we can do is lower the overall rate, which also returns money to folks like Walmart and Superstore that had just fantastic years. So that's the great challenge of COVID is it fell inequity. It didn't fall equally on people. And so, I can't do that, right? So we hold the rate low. We also provide money back to folks who really don't need it. And, I just look at our long term and we have so much that we're trying to do: climate change, integrated mobility, library capital. There's so many big picture things that we're trying to do. And if we can minimize debt there, to me, that is fiscally prudent. That is fiscally prudent, and that shows long-term planning as well. So that's my disposition on this. I did have one question, which is why I buzzed back in, because I've kind of said this all before already at this point. In terms of, we've gotten a lot of one-time money, restart money, that sort of things from the federal and provincial government that is helping us balance this year. My question is, are we running any risk? This is maybe a CEO question. Are we running any risk in terms of federal provincial relations, because we need these folks to help us fund our other big picture asks that we have of them, if we take money that basically they've provided to us and then we turn around and we use it to lower our tax bills to people?
So I can step in and answer that if you like, Mr. Chair. So
yes, thank you.
The federal restart money has an accountability framework with it. And so what we have to be able to do to the federal government, the provincial government, and then on to the federal government is prove that so we received 46 million federal restart money. We've used 15 in the current fiscal year. So that's contributed a bit to the surplus. And then the balance 31 in this year. So it has to be to offset decreased revenue and increased costs related to COVID. Because Halifax has a transit system, a portion of that money has got to go back to cover lost transit revenues or increased costs. So I think that was about $20 million of the 46. So we need to be able to demonstrate that. We can demonstrate that despite the increase in detransfer tax, that we actually have incurred more than $46 million in lost COVID revenues or expenses over those 2 years. So there is an accountability framework that goes back to the governments.
Okay, thank you for that. That is helpful. I think from an optics point of view, though, it's not a good look. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you. I think Sam just made a great argument for what Dr. Mayor is proposing. We had the feds and the province give us money to help us out, to help the people. They gave some of the people's money to help the people, and we're thinking of giving a tax increase to the people when we have a surplus. Holy smokes. Anyway, the bottom line, the debate here, folks, is because every one of you have made good arguments on either side of this, what to do with the surplus. All we're really debating is, do we put away 90% of the surplus or do we put away 100% of the surplus? If we put away 90% of the surplus, we give people a little break on their taxes during a pandemic and a recession. If we put away 100%, we have an extra $2.8 million towards the $700 million IMP plan. And I'm not, it is, folks, you have to understand, this is my 13th budget. And every year, when I arrived at council, we couldn't possibly cut the size of council. It would crumble. We couldn't possibly have tax freezes. The whole society would fall around us. And the next year we'd have 5 and 10 and 15% tax increases. It's never happened. Our average, even with freezing taxes 3 times, our average tax increase over my time on council is 2.2%. I get a little tired of the fear mongering sometimes. And we have reserves when we have deficits for those purposes. We have a chance when we have been given a surplus, given federal help, given provincial help, given increases of the D transfer tax, we have a chance to take 10% of our surplus, and Lisa's probably right. We should bloody well have no tax increase this year to really help our people, and to be good stewards of some of the surplus that we've had through really no effort of our own. But even to knock it down to 1% from 1.5 is to give them 10% of our surplus back to the people. That should be a no-brainer during a pandemic and a recession, folks. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting that I'm going to propose this after Tim Outit's little outburst there. I'm going to do something I'm not very good at, or at least I don't do very often. I'm going to try and bring everyone together. So I've heard a number of councillors say we're cutting services. It's only the blue bags. Everything else, like this, by my calculations, is $11 million in new stuff, new services, new things for people in our community. So that's not a cut. We're providing a lot. We're providing a lot of great stuff. Food at the libraries. We're providing electronic resources at the libraries. We're providing, help to the tourism industry. We're providing a lot of stuff. So don't say we're cutting anything. This budget has $11 million more stuff than we started just a couple of weeks ago because of the parking lot. To Councillor Blackburn's point about assessments, there's a lag in assessments. So all the real estate stuff that's going on now won't be felt for another year. All the assessments have been mailed out. People know what their assessments already are. So that's not an issue this year. Might be an issue in the next 2 years, not an issue right now. The surplus, we won't have the big surplus next year because we've incorporated the deed transfer tax into our budget now because we were underestimating how much we were going to get from it. So that it's a bit of a risk factor. We don't know what that is, but to the mayor's point, we got a lot of dough out right now. Like, the extra gas tax money, the surplus coming in from this year. And so I get that. And to Councillor Austin and Councillor Outit's point, they kept saying we're giving people a break. We're lowering tax. We're not lowering taxes. We're still increasing them. Like if we're increasing them by 1% or 1%, only a $6.50 difference between the two for the average tax bill over a whole year. But so a few cents per week that they're paying, but it is an increase still. So look, I can live with the 1%. Doesn't matter. We've had some 8-9 votes, some 9-8 votes. People have lost stuff. People have gained stuff. I'm going to say, let's get behind the mayor. Let's get behind the 1%. Let's have a unanimous vote for 1% and finish the meeting, as the mayor said, a team.
Support the 1%. Never thought I'd hear that from Clary.
I know. I never thought I'd be the one to say, hey, kumbaya, let's get together. Come on over later. I know it's not 4:20 anymore. Come on over later. Well, no, we can't now because the gathering limit's only 5. But we could sit in different rooms. How's that? Anyway, let's end together. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I almost feel a tear.
Question?
The question has been called. There are 2 further speakers, Councillor Purdy and Councillor Cuddle.
All right, as long as she's in favor.
Councillor Purdy, go ahead.
I apologize. Actually, I just want to say this is like my favorite day of council yet. Like, this is awesome. Anyway, I was going to actually suggest that we take from the surplus enough to get us down to 0, which would be 8.4 million, not 2.8.
That would be amending a motion on the floor that is, I think, an amendment already. I would have to ask Mr. Traves if that's allowed. And somebody has a radio going on in the background. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Traves.
I think you'd have to defeat the amendment currently and then come forward with an alternative amendment, unless the mover and the seconder feel that it's friendly. But it seems contrary to the 1% that's currently on the floor.
It's so friendly.
That's up to the mayor.
That would be up to the mayor. That's right.
I feel it is friendly, but I think we should have a vote on this and see where it takes us.
Okay.
That's friendly advice.
Okay, I appreciate this. And like, oh, I mean, do we not all just feel this heaviness of just one more thing? I'm just thinking of, I don't want to slap anything, even a $5 tax increase to the residential tax bill on anyone. And to say that not everyone's been affected by COVID, well, of course, there's the wealthy, there's the upper echelon of society, of course, but there's so many who have been. And I would rather, let the upper ones get away with it so that we can actually help the ones who are seriously in need of help. And not only just financial help, but saying, yeah, your council is behind you. Like we hear you, we see you. Everyone on this council that I've seen so far in my 6 months here cares about our municipality. I mean, no one here, everyone here really cares. So, okay, well, I withdraw because I withdraw, but
Okay.
the sentiment is to do everything that we can to help.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. And, I'm all for just going to the vote right now and with the 1% in unity here. But I just want to add one thing, that I think it's important that, we've been so focused on the tax rate and the tax increase and not looking at our overall revenue. And I think when you step back and you look at at how much money did we bring in this year, that is kind of the critical piece. And how much do we need? And as speakers before me, including our mayor, have said, we've had a good year, an unexpected year. In some ways, it was a bit of a windfall. And so let's pass this on. And I think it's important to remember that average increase is only an average. I don't know if anyone knows what the median is on that, but when you kind of look at who absorbs the burden, it's not the people who have a cap and have kept their taxes artificially low. It's the new homeowners, new home buyers, who are really absorbing that impact. And I think it's, you gotta remember that it's not $19 for everybody. In fact, for some people, it's going to be significantly more. And so, I think as a city, as a municipality, we've done incredibly well this past year. It has been a hard year. We have done so well. At the same time, I'm watching kind of the feed on the announcements that, we're about to head into a lockdown for 4 weeks. Let's have some good news here. We are still increasing our coffers. It is at more than I think anyone anticipated. So we have room to play, and I say, let's go for it. Becky, you called the question. I'm happy to go there now and have a vote on the 1%. Okay. If anyone can answer the median question, though, I'm curious.
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, I can't answer the dollar amount, but in response to how many are at average or below. So there is, I think, 26% of properties, homes, residential homes, are above the average single family home that we use for purposes. That was a chart that we had in the January fiscal update. So it's about 30% are above average. And most of those are in the $350,000 to $450,000 range.
So the median would be lower than the average.
Median would be quite a bit lower, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
but a lot are capped. That's the point.
Great. Okay, so thank you very much for that, Ms. Fraser. Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. We have no further speakers I'm sorry, Councillor Hensby did ask to speak. Go ahead, David.
Yes, to the rookie there, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for only having 13 budgets. I think it's my 21st budget for HRM. And I hope we don't have to recast this one either, especially with the announcement today of a 4-week lockdown. It was a circuit breaker attempt in Halifax region. So I'm kind of concerned that we may be not finished yet. I mentioned in the chat room about our transfer tax revenues. It's a blessing that we're getting that because of the COVID, but we don't know how well this is going to last or how long it may last. But also remember that we also don't see the benefit of the assessment base until next year or the year after, when the assessment reflects those new market prices that the purchased properties were acquired at. And also that will also have an impact on neighboring properties and affecting their tax base. So this COVID panic buying, I guess you could say, is also going to have an impact on the assessment base on the residential base in the next couple of years. But we don't know the impact yet of the commercial base. We've had a lot of relief packages going out there for our commercial businesses. Hopefully they'll keep them afloat. But with the recent changes we've just heard about today, and some of us, we haven't got all the details yet, there's going to be more significant pain. And we're trying to minimize that as much as possible. This budget is only a snapshot at time, and we're trying to make the best guesses in regard to how we want to provide services. Things may change in the future. We may have to re-navigate, readjust, and go in different directions from the budget that we're hoping to propose here today. But I hope not. Hopefully we can stay the course, but that may not be possible with this pandemic situation. I'd like to see the 1% as a nice political quote in regards to having it approved at that level. We went from 1.9 to 1%. That's almost a cut rate in half. You know, and then as Councillor Clary said, there's a lot of nice new services being provided in this budget in regards to trying to bring our services up to date to meet the demands of the people today, especially with this COVID pandemic stuff. Some of this is going to be even more important. The only thing I'm concerned about now is, for instance, with our technical support for libraries, great, because it's going to be more important now than ever. We're just closed. You know, they just announced our libraries are to close. Only door pickup and takeout delivery or delivery by books is the only thing allowed for the next 4 weeks. We don't know how long this is going to last. We got to make sure that our people cooperate. I understand that the COVID testing sites in Cole Harbour and Mineville are lined up today since they've been opened, and they're out in the parking lots full, waiting to get tested. So I'm hoping that people do take the effort to get tested, do take the effort to get vaccinated. This is the only way we're going to get out of this pandemic, is by everyone cooperating, and hopefully this budget will be a way of trying to share that pain, but also share the gain as it comes around. But I'll be in support of the 1%, and let's move forward together, as the mayor suggested. Let's be on one team. That's Team Halifax.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hensby. We have no further speakers. The question has been called, so I'm going to hand it over to the clerk. And as a reminder, this is this is voting on the 1% tax bill increase instead of the 1.5% tax bill increase. The motion has just been placed into the chat.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Okay, in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Kumbaya appeal notwithstanding, no.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Everybody's invited for a campfire, social distance at Austin's. In favor of the motion, voting yes.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4 for Kumbaya.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
For the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yipperdoodle.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
You're muted.
Yeah, I have an amendment. No, I don't. I'm in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That amendment passes. We are back on the main motion.
And the vote count was, and the vote count was?
I'm sorry. That amendment passes. We are back on the main motion. If anybody would like to speak, please indicate that in the chat instead of everybody speaking over each other. Thank you.
Question.
This question has been called. Over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
My apologies. Which motion are we voting on right now?
This is the main motion for the budget to hand it to Jane to come back with everything in preparation for the council meeting on May 4th.
Councillor Cuttle, it is the motion that was just pasted in the chat. The part we voted on before was the amendment adding the 1% at the end.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
For the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion passes. We have a budget ready to hand to council. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Folks, I asked the chair just for a minute at the end of this process. And I will not be long. You don't need to time me. But we have come through a very long process. It's a ton of work, as you all know. For the new councilors who I see on the screen, you know, you get elected in October and you step right into this. And we have meeting after meeting after meeting. We go through things line by line in painful detail. It doesn't happen at the other orders of government. I've been there. Hensby's been there. You know, if you're in government, you support whatever they tell you. If you're in opposition, you oppose whatever they tell you. Here we go through this in this incredible detail. But I want you to know it's the toughest thing we do as council. And it tests us because we have to represent individual areas while also looking at our fiduciary responsibility as a municipality. Now, this morning there was some strong feelings expressed, and you know, politics is not about agreeing all the time. Politics at its best is when we disagree, but without being, you know, disagreeable. We're supposed to disagree. That's why we have democracy. That's why we don't impose everything. And I want you to know that I respect the work that everybody on this council has done over the last number of months. I think we've all won some things in the budget that we wanted, and we've lost some. Just today, there was things I wanted one way and it went the other way. And I know that you all probably had little wins and losses along the road. My point is that the road has taken us to a place where we are going to continue to build an amazing municipality. We're investing in those things that we should invest in. Things like anti-Black racism, things like major transit initiatives, things like Halifax. These are amazing things. And this is important important work that we're doing. As I said before, I've heard people before say in politics that you're a family. You all have a family. And it denigrates family to suggest that we're family. I don't believe we are, but I absolutely believe that we are a team. We work together on these things. I can't wait, and it's obviously going to be a while yet, till we're all together. This would be so much easier if we were all in a room together and we could sort of see each other, and instead of just this little snippet on a screen or get on the phone. And but considering the challenges that we've had not being together to do this, and all the work that it's taken, all of the really tough decisions, where we are today, in my view, is a very positive place. And I want to thank you all very much. So thank you. Walaliyuk, and on to other things when this comes back. Well done.
Thank you. And I'd also like to express my thanks to everybody for going through the budget process.
Thank you, Paul.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just one quick PSA. One quick PSA.
No, you already had two.
This is COVID related.
Isn't everything nowadays?
Yes, Public Health just announced that the COVID clinics at Cole Harbor and Mineville have been now extended to 7 o'clock tonight because of the lineups. They were supposed to close at 5:30, now open till 7.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the briefing, the COVID briefing did start about an hour ago. We have found some rather challenging cutbacks in what we are able to do over the next little while. Here's hoping everybody stays healthy, stays safe, stay positive, and stay negative. And at this point,
Are you positive you're negative?
I'm positive I'm negative. I got the hockey stick up the nose to prove it. At this point, we have our next meeting as Halifax Regional Council on May 4th in just about 2 weeks. And if I could have a motion to adjourn, please.
Adjourn.
Adjourn.
We stand adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great day and a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.